think you're morally obligated to send a speech down really far.
I gotta look at this tournament. You better start yourself.
Guys, if you give me a minute, I'm just having I gotta plug
Yeah.
that. And I had to restart.
I'll just say we're gonna go with scout yourself before you love yourself. I don't know what that means. We're not paying that much for
The thing about Biggie isn't the amount per year, it's the number of years.
It's like 19 or something.
Well, it's like, it's just like 10 years, like there's no way that dude's good in 10 years.
Takes him through his 42-year-old season. He's going to be getting $35 million as a 41-year-old baseball player.
Well, whatever, Illis will just have to, hot grants will be $5.05.
You know what? I'm not going to delay this anymore. I've got issues. I used to be able to judge debates without the doc, and so I just started off. You can scroll and look on too, or I mean, I'll be fired up.
Actually,
Okay, so everyone has what they need for this?
What?
Alright, so
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Alright, cool.
Wait, I don't think we got it.
Yeah, actually, maybe we did.
I don't think you sent it.
It's possible I
It's
just
been
like
sent.
straight up forgot.
I don't think you sent it to us.
Wait, you left us out of the speech then?
Yeah, my bad.
Little strategery.
We almost let you start there.
It's old school. You get it at the end of the speech.
Well, you know, what is there? You get it whenever you can assemble it from bursting through it.
It's not sad.
Fucking bursting.
Alright.
I think we have it. Yes.
Okay. Plan: the United States federal government should restrict by statute the introduction of the United States Armed Forces and hostilities outside the military chain command. Advantage 1 is hegemony. Unipolarity preserves relative stability and de-escalates conflict with the U.S. is key. Busby 12 is unipolarity peaceful. Pinkers as the wars become more stable, the wars become more resident. How do we square this with the account by money or Pinkers focus on systemic outcomes of war? How do we test with the peacefulness? Voted on deep unipolarity is the number of years the great power has been at war, but whether the system as a whole is becoming more peaceful under unipolarity is my reading over other reports based on the UPSA data is right. War is becoming more rare and less deadly. The deadliness is declining. Disengagement when inexorably leading stability and draw the U.S. back in again. Global violence is declining due to U.S. power. Dresner 13 think progress and spectator both in future 2013 was the best year in human history. Their data is incontrovertible. If you look at all indicators, all the key metrics, info, mortality, useless income are trending in the right direction. The smallest fraction of the world's population will be in poverty, whether it's current discrimination. The award, the aggregate data shows more peaceful world use. That's still with considerable power, which is why 2013 turned out not to be such a good year. Too, this year continues to average lives and livelihoods. Even there, however, is the threat of American force to trigger an agreement to remove serious chemical weapons. Use military power has helped hand down conflict in Central Africa Republic as well as the Philippines. Despite mounting gridlock, the U.S. since 2013 with declining budget deficit and growth and employment. However, that trend is not inevitable. Sustaining requires durable U.S. power. Hoffman 13, Zanko and Cohen, and therefore that our country faces no possible threats, no great power rival, no near-term competition for the world global hegemony is over the foundations of stability and perpetuates an idealistic view of linear progress. China exhibits scorn for national opinion and near-term competition should need not threaten our global interests. They ignore the fact that American power is required to sustain these international systems. They would open the playing field to other less benign forces. They may inevitably and inadvertently reduce the other constructive resources. Despite fluctuations are normal. We've been at this level of violence twice in history. Despite frequently the data makes no pretense of predicting the future. Nuclear technologies and proliferating threats are at the third reaching or growing religious extremism and fail states could prevent violence. Preventing wars via deterrence is still critical. We simply do not live in a world that is in fed west. This term safe shifts and loaded down with power demographic declines, emerging powers into diffusion, burning more power declining. Other security provider would be a key factor. These are the narrow reflexive screens of fear mongering, merely simple assessments of a plausible future and one we can shape with the right strategy. We too often want to sweep aside the undesirable as a low probability. Legal ambiguity for private contractor status, Chambers, military effectiveness, minnow 5, abrogated exposed weapons, command structure, dispensing and predictability when personnel to the contractor deploys their young units at lost control, produced by confusion over the lines of authority, confusion about precisely the single course can lead to disorder and actual option harming military effectiveness relies by relieve the military developing these capacities internal to the long-term detriment of strength contradicts the confidence to leave the military vulnerable to critical movements. The military may never be compromised in strength by relying on people who would never hire directly or individuals who shift political loyalties. Private military status weakens U.S. military effectiveness worldwide. Chapman 10. Citizens employed by the military fall into a legal loophole. The military can and should hold them accountable. PMC stress like soldiers act, bear arms like soldiers in fear. Soldiers or the use of speech on acceptable level. They tend to provide down stable contracts may undermine military effectiveness while large contract force without having oversight changes with local sport corn and working to a ground home immediately after any social PMCs must be held accountable not merely to provide personal justice but also for supported citizens domestic and abroad. Codified rules are key to effective use of force in future conflicts. T for 13 in Iraq and Afghanistan use of PMCs massive deal never seen before limits of what they can be allowed to do and what is inherently governmental distinction that are greatly for post-Iraq and Iraq but also for Afghanistan. These distinctions matter for wars to come. The U.S. may someday become drawn into Yemen, Somalia, Pakistan, Syria, Mexico, or another place. However, will occur in future wars. The problems that PSCs playing the game will occur outside of Pakistan. The U.S. will use that on the industry of current interest will effectively cut out the moral lessons. Hopefully, Congress will draw the right lessons. Executive regulation causes mission failure. Military chain of command key under which will not only is the executive doing Congress' job is doing the job incompetently. Failures of contractual compliance are pervasive. The failure contributes to waste, fraud, and abuse because the government cannot hold contractors accountable. Governments merely discipline contractors. The second problem arises when commanders like a command relationship at Abu Ghraib personnel did not receive guidance about contractor personnel. There was confusion regarding the relationship without a chain of command. Contractors fail at critical moments. Desertion creates an even greater risk. Now the contractors are indispensable to combat operations. U.S. leadership prevents great power and existential governance crises. Books 13. U.S. overseas presence gives the leverage of restrained partners from prerogative actions for alliance commitments. Also deter states with aspiration to regional head from expansion, reducing security limits. Defensive realists maintain that the high expected cost of mean that states would and encourage multipolarity. Retrenchment would be a bet on the scholarship. 3 other major bodies to scholarship might give decision makers responsible for making the bet. Never needless to say, there's no consensus on withdrawal. Israel, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia might take actions upon retrenchment. They would intensify military developments. Japan and South Korea are likely to increase military commitments, which could provoke a destabilizing reaction from China. The prediction of post-American tranquility rests on the assumption that security is the only relevant state preference to find narrowly in terms of tax on the homeland. Burgeoning research across other social and other sciences undermines that withdrawal will yield either a competitive regional multipolarity with crisis instability and the like or risk for regional hegemony beyond the capacity of local great powers to contain. One would see proxy wars and clients change teacher. Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Saudi Arabia not create nuclear forces made over the stability of changes as the number goes up. The risk of accidents goes up. Crisis dynamics can spend out of control. The U.S. will play a key role in countering China. The argument that U.S. security modes are in essence countered by a lot of scholarship. The U.S. lower security competition preventing the hothouse atmosphere for military capabilities. Advantage 2 is monopoly. PMFs are eroding the global monopoly on state use of force. Legal regulations. Key comment 13. Based on empirical evidence, the article concludes the U.S. is leading a transformation in the normal state monopoly balance. Although this has not been formally implemented, it's allowed a growing number of countries to legalize force by PMSCs. The potential contractors of serious widespread acceptance would allow legal gray zone and with the companies may be filled by profit of PMSCs. That these centers may seem probable test for the widespread acceptance normal state monopoly. However, the norm is changing the implement of all PMSCs while the formally accepted legal regulations just transformation and the normal state monopoly spills over U.S. norms key to solve miscalc and a breakdown of institutions. Stanger and Williams 6 give the global influence privatizing that's an issue of the democratic deficits better than nations about deliberation transparency for sure. Other states even down to democratic ones that actions can be anticipated in that abrupt changes will be signaled because states base their calculations upon signals of less transparency. The more likely miscalc produced conflict, the greater U.S. ability to persuade PMCs. The fewer intent of Washington asking until order to make compromises to maintain coalition. Surely that makes a difference for diplomacy whether corporations are the primary representatives of the most powerful state that will stop the strength of the national principle producing consumer by private military. The U.S. that shapes the norm though for interstate competition. Congressional action restores democratic trust and averts broader escalation. Avant 9 democracies keep our love for behavior normal state from citizens authorities bench governments make it hard to steer into where these arguments also militants made up of their own citizenry almost universalist principle of such key feature of checks and transparency and sensitivity to the cost of war that privatization limits congressional power and reduces and dimensions of democratic accountability. Congressional involvement is important. If Congress puts a ceiling on troops, the executive can use contractors when Congress that caps the contractors. PSCs use more third-party nationals. Congress has taken some steps, but these steps have fallen short. For it requires certain non-proprietary and formal learn. PSCs may affect foreign relations benefits and attribute democratic governments that are tied to the difficulty of taking action, reduce the prudence and picking battles, and the data attributes that make democracies win the wars that democracies they'll fight in and reduce this factor set is enhancing trust among democracies. Command is unlikely to have the challenge to require efforts by Congress. The U.S. is the largest consumer of private military services when surely have a huge influence. Binding congressional roles key to signaling checks conflict. Dam Ration 97 structural features can act as brakes on conflicts to the extent that powers are challenged checks by their legislative initiation not to become a second structural constraints on executive powers explain the peace among democracy. The perception that one's adversaries constraint may be just as important as the presence of institution provides a visible signal to warm institutional constraint. The forms that the government is signal states like the behavior war. States do not perceive the order as possessing institution. The restraint may fail. External restraint solidify. Key to restrain violence and maintain effective diplomacy. Chronik 14. We draw on a large IR literature that argues that states with fewer constraints than effectively more likely to use force about the institutional system to disturbing a process of all the extending constraints time and war and constraints can distribute to the successful diplomacy through signaling made possible by domestic audience counts when constrained leaders issue threats that are inherently more credible. The striking absence of a war among democracies due to great constraints from the executive power. Maintaining monopoly on force restraints global violence. Baskets 11. The absence of accountability represents two for peaceful environments that reliance may hinder coalition. The best option is preventing accountability in interstate violence through democratic regimes. Such regimes are able to build through the peace agreement that promote transparency when the civilians monopoly course of force. The assumption becomes irrelevant when security forces now bound to the state. There may be no restraint. The increasing violence randomized world of monopoly on underlying potential to strengthen international institutions. It escalates. Core right 13 drawn from empirical literature. This paper identifies an like pathway through which government capabilities sees for state capacity states like the capacity to let's that once it goes maintain stability in the face of mutual balance groups. Companies more likely to seek capacity to reverse the security capacity and social capacity, security capacity, includes the ability to control territory and resist armed characters for legislative and not state actors, social capacity, includes the ability to provide social service, quality, institutional quality, research system, our government system, are equally effective, are capable of supporting peace, government system is more credible and legitimate, or better supporting peace and characterized by inclusiveness, representative transparency, and accountability, both fullness are crucial to the branch of non-conflict democracy, the most common way for structuring state governments for inclusive system while maintaining states go back to the rights of important research, help out finding some of the future governments that are more likely strongly associated with prospects for peace, not space, only to view empirical, it seeks to identify specific dimensions of government that most strongly associated with peace. We show evidence of a direct link between peace and a state's capacity through exert control of its territory, provide a full range of social service through effective government institutions, skipping insolvency. This card's long, but we solve it, only we do. La Placa 12. The best hope is an express legislative demarcation. Congress can overcome the challenge by establishing a statutory and binding legislation with and the future outsource of living consider the peace well, be spread down reserve fields, setting up changeable statutory boundaries, demonstrating its compliance. The legislative action is profitable to the ad hoc executive implementation, while Obama has professed a policy goal to reduce species of binding legislative determination would provide future precedents for twisting political lines and ideas, and now far-fetched Congress is already in a position to de facto to shut down PSC. How much about leveraging its power to control the purse? Congress can swallow any contract by refusing to appropriate. Congress must make a statement through legislation to establish a formal global regime that requires congressional approval. DOD has outsourced functions that Congress believes are inherently governmental, requiring the DOD to justify the outsourcing on a case-by-case basis under the scrutiny of Congress, legitimize the process, and gives the substance to idea. The question remains how to eliminate misconduct without sacrificing the advantage of this. That does not wholly undermine PSCs. The systematic statutory rules are necessary. That adopting binding legislation gives teeth to the restrictions and allows Congress the ultimate discretion while allowing flexibility. Congress can place substantive constraints without completely sacrificing the mobility and expertise of restoring essential duties to the best for America's image. Incorporation into the chain of command is key to viable norms. Morgan, and without the normal corporation, the ability to use international tribunals to decrease lack of norm of incorporation will necessitate implied culpability. The window in which the U.S. can establish the norms that PMS may be short of the existing norm conflict regime is unworkable. The U.S. can influence a new international agreement codifying the normal state responsibility as benefits treaties can define a common point of reference. The U.S. could use its dominant market position to establish norms through PMFs. A voluntary coalition would encourage policy programs which give credence to the fact that norms have a better sense of achieving outlaw, subjecting them to rules of engagement helps corn. A data rules have been established authority stated by armed forces with the subject establishment attack rules are we a directive station by military authority are we intend to give leaders control of the execution of combat ops that longer person engaging competent leaders several ways and mechanisms to maximize success. Mark to maximize success.
We lost our timer, so does anybody in the audience have a timer?
Anyone? Anyone?
Lead.
No. I don't have it.
Rough got it. Yeah, my bad.
Okay, yeah, so we'll take it. Does that mean I can throw more stuff in the
Good thing that's on
Much
film with the draft
appreciated,
coming
for
up.
sure.
Good job.
That thigh strength, though.
Alrighty. The plan text says nothing, so what does the plan do to restrict the armed forces and their introduction to hostilities?
Means we can only use contractors and hostilities if they're part of the military chain of command.
Why the plan doesn't say that? So
Yeah, it says United States Armed Forces cannot be introduced into hostilities outside the military chain of command.
Okay, does that mean that you also affect regular armed forces and not private military contractors?
No, because they're already part of the military chain of command.
Okay, so only private military people.
No, the claim is that outside the military chain of command, we cannot reduce the U.S. Armed Forces. That's a solvency question if you want to introduce it, but our plan is pretty concise on that.
Reasonable. The Stranger and Williams evidence, which is the spills over U.S. norms called miscalc, says that the more the United States and other governments delegate state power to private corporations rather than international institutions, the greater the prospects that outsourcing will sap the strength of what we consider to be building blocks of international order. So I think that you have to win that you are a movement away from corporate governance in the world, to solve any of the impacts?
Depends how you define corporate governance. Like, we're not going to claim that we have to make corporations not a potent force in society. However, they can't be dictating military policy in operational settings.
So the only... Okay.
That operational settings part is important because the evidence explains the reason why that matters is otherwise there will be stuff like conflicting loyalties, ability to pay off contractors within theater, only military chain of command.
Okay, the Dresner card says that global violence is declining due to U.S. power. The next card, which is from Hoffman, says that basically the view that's described in the previous card perpetuates an idealistic view of the linear and inevitable progress of mankind. While life expectancies and access to Starbucks are high, there are many forms of risk. So that seems to suggest that your kind of bullshit about the world just getting better are not evidence of any...
It would be bullshit if we said the world is going to keep getting better at a linear rate no matter what. We say that, no, that's false. It requires active maintenance of U.S. leadership and a willingness to use force.
So U.S. hegemonic control of the globe is the only reason that things are getting better in the world.
You keep control of the globe is obviously not something we're going to defend. Unipolarity in U.S.
How would you define it? Unipolarity, if not power of one over the globe?
It means in relative terms, basically. Like
Okay,
the U.S. is more
relative to
powerful.
who? There's only one power. What is unipolarity? I guess.
Relative to other countries, there is more than one power, but none of them are on a level of parity.
None of them are poles,
What's the
perhaps.
level of parity? What determines parity? I guess.
Well, I guess the point at which other states, like allies, would see them as just as strong militarily and thus have an incentive to change their allied commitment.
Okay, the impact evidence says that there will be future conflicts where nations will use PMCs. What are those future conflicts?
Our evidence gives examples of places where military intervention would be seen as a state
Yeah,
interest.
it's weird
So
that it says the United States Army may someday become irresistibly drawn into Yemen, Somalia, Pakistan, Syria, Mexico, and other places where perils
we have
lurk for
national
U.S.
interest.
security.
We have national
What's wrong
interest.
with Mexico?
We have national interest in those places. There's a lot
And
of
we're just going
political
to
instability.
invade them with PMCs?
No, we're not going to invade them. But however,
Why
there
would
may be
why,
contingencies
what are
where
the
US
conflicts in
introduces
any of those places that would require a
Uh,
U.S. intervention?
governance failures, groups that take over. and
Alright,
have
so
goals
if
and
there's a
allegiance to the
governance
US.
failure in Mexico, the United States military will intervene there with private military corporations.
We don't know for certain, but it might, and we need to have a plan if that happens.
Alright, this is not working, man.
Nathan.
No.
Here,
Saboteur!
I have a backup timer if you want.
Thank you. Yes.
I come prepared. Gotta switch the battery around though. Give it back.
Now. 2 off. Edge. How? What is this? How are there 2 timers? Witchcraft.
Yeah, that was one of my high school partners. It was either like Flynn or Alexis, and that timer belongs to them, and I've had it ever since then. I haven't used it.
How to? Is this okay? So is this 9 hours or 9 minutes?
It is certainly 9 hours.
Well, the hours sure are going quickly.
Stop, slow down.
Okay, minutes.
Oh, okay, that's pretty easy actually.
There's a minutes button and an hours
Okay,
button.
gotcha.
Push the hours button.
Okay.
Hang on, I gotta download your attachment.
Yeah, you do. What? Should I move like closer to
You said 2 hedge monopoly.
We're gonna call it the Monopoly advantage, yes.
That's what they called it.
Oh.
He thought he had such a good joke too.
Did you know that did you get it?
We have to
Yeah, I
look and
got
say
it.
yes.
I'm gonna tell you something cool about
I
Monopoly.
don't care.
Everybody?
No.
Good to go.
The Michael Suez story.
Oh wait, no, I started it. No, that's ours.
I once heard Dallas tell a high school student, if you can't work a timer, you don't belong in debate. So.
He doesn't think I belong in debate, let's be honest. Alright.
2, you said?
Yes. And then the hedge and then the Monopoly. Everybody ready? Harris?
First off, is that drive global instability as a result of refusing suicidal enjoyment of the radical and the continuation of cynical relationship design of capitalist America coming out. In 13, words that retreat from more and more evident in the American response to September 11th. The society experiences the shame of being a victim and enduring trauma and quickly turning to search of how they will carry with the promise of restored homeless, imaginary perfect security. Afghanistan, modern place of the disappointing nation paved the way to Iraq. Foreign war sort of the alibi for enjoyment for what the perpetuators of wanted critics of war concerns having no one fights wars with the express intention of losing them. But every war requires sacrifice, and parent parts do not stretch their military to the point of the ranks because of inescapable will to power, biological orders, the conquering drive as reason would search for no amount of imperial possession can provide the enjoyment of loss. Rock promise defeated even if it had in Syria or around Woody. Dialect places itself on the relationship the subjects have to his leader. Clinton's popularity illustrates his sexual weakness. The effect of enhancing his overall popularity until it became clear that Clinton was really guilty. We used the pleasure that accompanies bombing Afghanistan to discuss the shared enjoyment we experienced through loss. The pleasure inevitably disappoints and triggers the belief that someone has stolen the complete pleasure. This is why there can be no probably end to the war on terror, no end to the list of countries the U.S. plans to invade. A number of terrorist leaders executed road neg on presumption. This is the only radical act available in the debate. Refounding society on the embrace of traumatic loss, destroy social violence as a foundation. Anything else is changing the emperor's clothes. Began in 13, the dead drive undermines every attempt to construct a utopia political thought from Plato has ignored this impositive politics of the death drive. Believe everything as it is. Contemporary social arrangement of the death drive. This reverse project with repetition leads to a sacrifice of self-interest where the enjoyment of sacrifices. Structure will change everything. The fundamental problem with the effort to escape the death drive is that it leaves us unable to locate more enjoyment lies. We will replace the partial enjoyment of the death drive with the image of the complete enjoyment to come. We will always remain alienated from a mode of enjoying the enjoyment of the death drive. The death drive provides us infinite and limited. A society founded on the recognition of the death drive would view its limitation as a source of infinite enjoyment rather than an toxic recognition 1930s Germany would concede the figure of the Jew not as a barrier to enjoyment that must be eliminated. The internal limit to which German society attains its enjoyment. One way to recognize the terrorist is the internal limit of global capitalist society, far from obstacle to enjoyment. The terrorist provided a barrier where none otherwise exists in terms of the vehicle to which a society attains its enjoyment. The terrorist did not exist. Global capitalist society would have to have either recognized the terrorist as the internal limit between the end of terrorism. Though some people continue to still blow up buildings, it would cease to be terrorist. Self-limiting society would cease causing ultimate enjoyment. Vanquishing the external threat. Practical theory cannot help us construct a better society. An open society with no restriction. The short path to impoverishment and ability to enjoy society centered around the death drive would sacrifice the good for the sake of enjoyment. Next up. The nuclear catastrophe scenarios continue a long genealogy of building American national culture and policy around our own distant ruins. This politics effectively colonizes the present and the future through preemptive military conquest, imprisonment, assassination, exports, ruination, globally makes nuclear war inevitable. Mass go. 14, reclaiming the emotional history of the atomic bomb is crucial. The nuclear fear has been amplified to enable preemptive foreign limited domestic surveillance, worldwide system, secret prisons, rendition, torture, assassination. We lived in the emotional rules of the Cold War, terrorist attacks on New York, improved the political consensus that the Cold Wars over the American reaction were structured around the multi-generational state project to harness the fear of bad threats and political agendas, mushroom cloud imagery, or to read a political memory of apocalyptic or the war on terror has been conducted largely an emotional management campaign in September 11th felt strangely familiar because American society imaginatively rehearsing the structure of these cities for 3 generations. The events were easily nationalized because specific symbols were also used for the nuclear state for 3 generations. Part of the emotional management strategy for nation construction held by its discourse of ruination. It should not be surprised that the exportation of ruins on a global scale with us or against us logic. Bush administration leaves no ambiguity about Pakistan not allowing the U.S. transformed to real imagined mass sets into nationalized space beliefs. Bombing campaign produced democracy. It is simultaneously terrorized by nuclear weapons, starting to use no way to preempt war, and WMD said is prepared to build a new generation of American society. Is neither atomic bombs nor capable of nuclear technology. The government's nuclear fear will always overwhelm the actual evidence of risk because ideology of nuclear fear is permanently written into the broader techno-rational logic of government planning, which is nothing more than a circular discourse of expert justification. This has to go Mass Code 13. The U.S. military system, the most direct application of technical rationality and the location of deep fantasies about national immortality. The Cold War is driven by increasingly apocalyptic visions of a nuclear Pearl Harbor provoking huge arms expenditure, the raw political value of existential threat. The of the 1950s, vulnerability 1970s, strategic defense initiative of the 80s, space-based Pearl Harbor of the 90s, terrorist discourse of the 2000s becoming a basis for nuclear state and global military systems, transforming raw political ambition into defense appeals to existential threat becomes a central means of establishing militarized culture fixation, command and control specific war calculations, different nuclear war scenarios, and unknown chaos of missiles appears. Rational program of cause and effect, apocalyptic vision rationalizes math. This technical capacity to develop overwhelming violence of any part of the world that relied on structures of imagination as well as machines, projections, and fantasies. Theology of nuclear fear constantly overwhelm the material evidence of danger. The U.S. spends as much time as the rest of the world on military matters that does not yet achieve the security. The overkill installs a new kind of biopower which fuses obliteration of the other with collective suicide. What we cannot do is find an exterior viewpoint on war itself. Expert systems being seem unable to learn from failure, simply retrench and mobilize damaging logic. The nuclear regime of survival functions upon the banishment of both death and life for the sake of fear. You should vote negative to rescue death from its purgatory. It's better to die in the open air of the neg than suffocate in the underground sarcophagus of the aft. Life and death only retain value for refuse the aft's fear-mongering nihilist politics. Bishop 9. This style injects that sense of that which must be, which cannot be represented adequately in academic language with the nuclear sword of Damocles hanging over our head. We have something concentrated of imminent global death so swift and horrible that it outstrips our imagination. The bomb drops. We will neither have time nor die, nor any awareness of dying. Death has been removed from our horizon, and we have moved to daily ease, buffeted and protected by the diagonal wave technologies and missiles. Also keep death at bay. Lost in this heady combination of sheer survival of life. Our cocoon embracing globalization leaves us neither within existence, neither alive or frantically and endlessly consuming all inside butcher. Rescues death by activity of the apparatus of survival emerges from the awareness of having ceaselessly confronted with a apocalyptic vision. Once death is imminent, to resist the simulation of death within the system. The salvation of death provides us with the means of getting to this brutal access back to our collective frame of reference to resist nihilism built in all projects of utter completion that have rendered politics subject and theory and simulation. Head. This argument is foolish. First, all their internal evidence is way too old. 9 years ago is not enough to have developed a brief for any of their arguments. Second, integration to command structure doesn't solve their minimum evidence as discipline, predictability. They're paid too little. They shift loyalty, contracting. Mercenaries are volatile individuals. No reason why simply drawing legal lines differently solves the structural problems with PMCs, i.e. they suck. They cannot be made accountable. They don't have enough training and no will to prosecute. While 12 PMCs employees lack training in the world they are to employ not adequately supervised to implement the tasks assigned. They have not been tasked to deal with work on conventional military circumstances with contemporary military specialists call asymmetrical warfare. Any prosecution against will quickly fall by the wayside. System war against political will most wouldn't be affected because they don't get entered into hostilities. So 12, they should not take direct part in hostilities. PMCs is just as their staff only act in defensive support roles in any armed conflict. Putting contractors in command structure doesn't change abuses. To build support for Germany, Abu Ghraib, collateral damage, the worst and most damaging abuses of power culture with armed forces personnel, no impact, hegemonic decline, prevalent intent, consequence of the logic of humanity, stability theory from the very beginning, trade rates, police by a single power, the international economy's resilience, supply disruption, temporary, extremists are scary about highly comparable Soviet unions, and absurd that we spend more to fight Bin Laden than we, Stalin or Chairman Mao, many factors contribute to dramatic decline in the number of wars unrealistically expected EU conflict in Europe to erupt to the US to draw down a country, call another country to play a bigger role. All their IR social science stuff is bullshit. Bernstein and Holland 2K scholars separated policy from theory to enhance the scientific quality of their work, but 5 decades produce little in the way of high confidence results. If you meet the most relaxed scientific standards, validity is often impossible. Time metrics, relative variance, polarity, relative power, balance of power. There are no common accepted definitions. Almost every statement will have too much wiggle room to be tested. Controversy raised over definition of deterrence and democratic governance theories on idealizations, rational action, balance of power, are not reality, but theories about context that do not exist. Inevitable difference in interpretation lead to widely varying future. The problem definition could be resolved. We will still find it difficult, if not impossible, to construct large enough samples to permit statistical analysis, variation across time and complexity. The likelihood of a general theory extraordinarily low. Statistical inference requires independent cases, but that is impossible. Molecules do not learn from experience. People do neither appeasement nor deterrence can be explained without understanding the context in which they were formulated. Social science requires empirical invariance under specified boundary conditions. Open systems can be influenced by external stimuli. Causal mechanisms solve prediction. Open systems is impossible. Gemini does not exist. Doran and 9. Gemini is neither historical nor theoretical justification. All military attempts at domination fail. The system is a pluralistic, decentralized subject of balance. Reason of balance is not formed against the U.S. Gemini does not exist except for the minds of a few theorists. The governments elude the U.S. foreign policy. The excess of the Bush or common mythology standing for British colonial American have invented a mythology that corresponds so poorly to the position they actually find themselves in that they cannot comprehend other governments' institutions. Armed forces means the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, and Corps, and Coast Guard. U.S. Code Note 8. That doesn't include contractors, BLC, and 12. The War Powers Resolution limited U.S. armed forces and does not apply to civilians at war. Civilian contractors become a larger part of American war planning, yet they were not military personnel. They're wrong about everything. No monopoly on use of force. No effective institutions now. Gallian 10. So the U.S. is a solitary hyperpower, the height of hypereconomy, and survived the dual conflict between superpowers. Is not an empire yet. It is engaged in global war. The U.S. is a bearer of revisionist politics more likely adopted by defeated powers and wants to be something that has never been allowed in a concrete way. Unilateral with the ideological perception that what is good for the U.S. is good for the rest of the world. The U.S. embodies the most precious human values. American particulars becomes American universal. The U.S. is about to the victory of the Soviet Union. Without that enemy, the U.S. feels alone, exposed, forcing to confront the world's disorder, territorial energy, and religious comes intertwined with globalization vortex to respond. The U.S. imposes a hierarchical imperial role on the anarchical plural disorder of the world. It's plus an impressive military apparatus to fight four large conventional wars. At the same time, will maintain its sophisticated roads to protect from nuclear attack and deliver devastating responsibility for China rogue states, terrorist bases, and more than may seem like sovereignty in a classical sense. We conclude that underneath the jumble of global war, the steady connection of permanent geopolitical interests remain in place. In reality, this is not only improbable but also deceptive. The retrospective rationalization for a situation does not affect all the great strategy, but configures itself as a series of blows all over the world. The response to local crisis of American military action is not the operation of continuous substitution of a world order that does not actually exist. The armed struggle against terrorism is a continuation of new politics of immediacy to an economic rationality involves even if the American power is not inclined maybe should truly be the empire chaos to condemn to fight forever and win but never reach or allow peace, obliged to construct the internal order. Some 80 countries today, no international system exists. We see an asystemic global system, a dictatorialized economics being traced by dictatorialized politics, which bring war along with it like its own shadow. Determining when a PFC enters hostilities is real-time decision-making. They don't constrain anything. We're so 12. There's no doubt that the protection of civilians against attack does not constitute direct participation in hostilities.
Alright,
How do I stop this? Okay, wait, okay.
Alright, why doesn't your psychoanalytic stuff link to Bernstein?
It does.
Okay, Abu Ghraib, that example you gave, as far as I know, we're the only team that's read Ev about what caused Abu Ghraib. Why should we trust 2 and 14?
I guess you shouldn't, I don't know.
Okay,
we also did
refounding
read evidence
society,
about
new
what caused
question.
Abu Ghraib, but
Refounding society
Yeah, we
on the
actually did
embrace
that.
of
Well, we
traumatic
did.
loss sounds a lot broader than vote neg on presumption to me.
No, actually, this evidence is really good. Well, let me.
I'm talking about the tag. Which of the 2 is it?
Yeah, what? It's vote negative on presumption.
Okay, gotcha. What is the foundation of social violence?
The foundation of social violence is this sort of idea of enjoyment that papers over the constitutive lack that, centers politics.
Okay, so if someone enters into violence and they're not enjoying it, is your claim just that they're like repressing that enjoyment?
No, that's-
Enjoyment is more complex than the emotional joy that you get from something.
Like,
Enjoyment
yeah,
is
obviously
an
they don't
affective
think they
structure
are,
that we
but-
identify as part of a symbolic order.
The question still stands, even if enjoyment is broader than just having fun, is your answer to people reluctantly getting into conflict
Yes,
if they're repressing it?
Yes, according to
Okay.
our definition of enjoyment,
If we read a defense of that people do reluctantly get into conflicts and they're not repressing it, are you just going to claim that we're
What
repressing
is
that
repressing
understanding?
it? What does that mean?
Pushing it to the subconscious.
Our argument is not anything about the
psychoanalytic
subconscious, it's about the
bullshit.
symbolic structures that condition how we act in
Okay,
international systems.
I have a question about that. What's the death drive?
The death drive is that lack that we were talking about. It's the fact that every originary desire for an object is simply metonymically connected to an originary object that doesn't
Can I
actually
get
exist.
a more of a definition?
No,
of
not
a
really.
layman's
Do we
term?
want a thing, we'll never get the thing.
Okay, fine.
Circle, circle, circle.
So death drive is wanting stuff we'll never get.
Yeah. That was my simple version. So I'll give the better one, but you wanted the...
You wanted the fifth grade.
The
version.
are
Maybe the
the
fifth grade.
alternatives if there is more than one conditional?
No.
Okay. Is there more than one? Because that'd be
One
weird.
of them was vote neg on presumption. One
Yeah,
was an
but
alternative.
it's not really though. Gotcha. What's the terminal impact on all this stuff?
Death.
Death. So if, ostensibly this stuff is like pervasive in foreign policy now, why is violence declining on an aggregate level?
Well, A, it's not.
Which card did you read to contest that?
I think our Bernstein evidence sets out a theory to
Yeah,
contest it. I
I
think
just-
both of the other cases
I
contest
want to find the card so I can follow along while you answer. How do you spell the author name?
BERNSTEIN.
Oh, yeah. Okay, which part of Bernstein says that aggregate violence is increasing? Not in like a predictive sense,
doesn't.
just like stats.
No, our argument is that stats are stupid. That's the Bernstein card.
No, he says predictive futurology is stupid when we try to
he
make
says
point
stats are
predictions
stupid
in
in
IR.
IR because there's such a small sample size.
When,
that don't
all right, when
represent
you hand this
empirical
card to the
invariance
judges
under
to
boundary
answer
conditions.
our violence down claim, which part are you going to say?
Okay. Oh, sorry. If you want more stats, we don't
I
have
do.
them in the 1 and C.
Okay, that's
argument
fine.
of that
We'll talk
stats are
about that
stupid.
later.
But we can talk about it.
Can we reduce violence within the coordinates of the symbolic order?
Yes.
Okay. We'll take break.
Stop.
Does anyone know the sides on the other side?
Sorry?
Know the sides on the other side?
Slash.
It's just like such a classic logical fallacy.
Which one do you want?
Just because violence is going down doesn't mean the possibility for violence is down. It's conflating a trend. They're cards. I know. Okay. Yeah. You don't have to read it out.
Well, I think you should.
Okay. Fine.
Exactly.
No, I can do it.
What's up?
You should make it 2 and 3 over balance that.
I'm through.
Did you say enter?
He's through.
I said I'm through.
Through with prep time.
Clear.
Would you mind writing down 753 because I promise we'll forget.
Okay, hegemony. We're all playing Monopoly. Hopefully some pork places involved.
Oh, I totally forgot to tell you that a lot before.
It's fine.
The death drive critique. The ruin critique.
So case order is the same as the other two.
That it is. Need a second of prep.
Typical.
Is it?
Are you going to resend it out?
Yep.
I just got it. Are you sending it?
I'm sending another one.
Hey, Fred, do you need this, or can I take this? You can take it. I'm gonna take this one instead. Actually, no, I need this one.
Now I'm through.
Coming again.
728.
Coming again.
Typical.
Same order though.
Babs, did you send it twice?
Yeah, so
I
we
did.
should, we should wait for a second.
a long time the Sanger evidence and against international institutions against the core right evidence to robust data and says that those institutions are result in overall effects of international governance, which helps the escalation of economic. Their argument about direct participation doesn't assume inherently governmental functions. Those debates are blurred in the status quo because of unclear lines of authority, which is something only the plan solves now. The death drive, the negative as the burden to rejoin the specifics of the 1EC alternative frameworks don't promote clash and kill app offensive. Who's our case at DA? The role of the ballot is to ignore BOSU's 1 and C's constructed intellectual barriers in favor of errant trade specifics range home in the air. Amply demonstrate the circle instead of divide threats and more to broad categories conscious and not develop here to circular nutritional characteristics. The wrong question of attempts that unfair to the report with the theory of the workplace is not how should we get a return such only effective and not scientific within conceptual category of the margins theory to challenges and important appreciate the issue now surrounding strategic discussion about an list with self-construction all show various combination logical table both elements are necessary definitional encyclopedias and should be resist strategy educate specific they should be enough to craft and execute specific strategies a major reason to categorize challenges the effectiveness and encourage surrounding still the quality which involve the surrounding the initiative. There's no internal link to overstretch the 1EC Hoffman evidence as a Germany is sustainable in the status quo. The Dresdner evidence indicates 2013 was the most peaceful year. The Corn evidence is a defense of military rules of engagement. It says that there's no risk of backsliding. Now humans channel the death drive into a force for good. Corralling on this year, but death drive has been conceived as a theory support. Pessimists are going to offer a solution of aggression away the fact that aggression is over those who can make aggression analyze are humble or inherently aggression can be avoided. So although there's no question of getting rid of entirely human aggression once begin control aggression, the death drive is no longer a historical force. The death drive is false. Robinson 5 psychoanalysis or warmth unconscious before seeing to the good of assessment and scope conversation in metaphysical. Essentially trying to get an axe will find which gets to the fact finding and right to the masochist tendency or self-resolution death drive says having conditions that's in the philosophy which are assumed inevitable, whereas alternative readers with also leads up critical science that politically applies to misfind cover over social report, which causes amounts from the emergence of masochistic alternatives. The presence leads to credible reassurances. Libre 5 presence can investigate the security limits of other races that use the both deterrence and reassurance an organization or institution can offer the reassurance used for its compatible impact of reducing competition among parts, financial comedy, Israel, Los Angeles, goes in. The Middle East include China, Somalia, North Korea, nuclear revolution, India, and Pakistan. Otherwise, re-intervention is an inevitable G to the alt. Libre 5, which all seems to be the bid and self surveys the council of the armed revolution slowly. Israel, its motivation for nuclear weapons, insulated regional competition, but also escalate the use of armies that are drawn back into these areas. Only takes to go with humanitarian catastrophe down has to reach on power down into reaching that was this like Marvino. To bear in mind that the alternative may be apolarity. It's not a presumption question. They have said that they do more than that. The alternative is bigger, so permutation to the plan and not mutually exclusive parts of the alternative. It could overwhelm the status quo, can overwhelm the link to the plan, even if they win some higher explanatory power psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis cannot be sold up. Rosen for all intended what is sentence psychoanalytic practice for all shender. Political condition, I think, our partial system psychoanalysis being promised they cannot resist or resist whether political proposal psychoanalytic against power particular fantasy like all worlds of countries except for results from the enforcement of the reality principle cyber crisis against the Traversky children's fantasy interpretation of powerful figures of political virtues and excited when the psychoanalytic plan there is the contribution of psychoanalytic theory anything more than tantalizing the need for Mills and Axel Overman. I think the other is make psychoanalytic practice attractive transmission of parts the powers of psychoanalysis transmission which psychoanalysis can overborn subjectivities the political transformation blinding us institutional reform theory side steps the question of institution not sure if realization is over the impediment to a political future. The alternative doesn't solve the case and congressional action is critical of the plot evidence makes that claim the ruin affective politics turns inward the shrine materials of the effect turn to politics auto effective about to an individual saying on the breaking and talking action and mobilization effective so never find a voice of resistance and has become obscure and ambiguous lack of current and uncommunicable mass march of exhaustion of recognized channels of resistance of proto seems run out its own disarmament obsolescence and displacement composite the apathy and estrangement that is characterized recent discourse on youth and political engagement fear driven anxiety is vital to affective agency McManus and 11 fears that predominant affective formation utopian affect is made up of hope and fear welfare may be research cannot be a face of your fear and anxiety rather than opposing utopian that were necessary to agencies they work to historical press that remain open to and see role of the ballots or independently voting issue they cause late developing debates which are anti-educational decrease the depth of education which is the breadth of education is inevitable also no offense death outweighs Patterson v. death is evil because I'm not going to search the subject independent question about better worth life death is because it brings about the changes of the end we are the reaction life cannot be warranted since the expression of ultimate just we should not seek the eternal life the very source of all human possibility matching images of catastrophe cause an empathetic shift this card is really long recruitment relevant consumers watch line watching disaster subconscious line for real human dimension other imagine disaster and along the total to the world of living in the record can also call it forth action on its also good representing the truly authentic form of unity the world is but full as they seek authentic humanity through a disaster murder true strength that has been ever the million two quarters on September 11 trick or treating the 1,000 who volunteered their time leaving their blood all tested however they desire for human real human communities compassion the concept of disaster doesn't make us any more to get this disaster and communal level should progress political lines that's less formal but one is and then simulation of politics of disaster public government lines of consent to several work connecting the community remains the most undesigning feature of disaster consumers people want a world where campus are cheese anticipate real vessels by climate change and inequality rather than to justify unnecessary wars they want a world where people can come together but a cause to observe real agency over the pulse made they want a world where the good will shown by their nose will be matched by their own governance with the vision of what is known as an outreach, one is the vision we must advocate permutation, do the plan, and non-mutually exclusive parts of the alternative prioritize existence because of value is subjective, it's not so, and love of life is not worth living, we should put an end to humanity as impossible, and people live not be worth living, they believe they do, some believe their future lives be bad, believe song of models life worth living for, our conditional lives not worth living, if so do we should we kill ourselves, it's not answer what we should do, we should not convert ourselves, I kill myself, many will suffer suicide, lead to a loneliness, and those left behind the fact that not all of our lives does not mean others will follow discourse, not keep all psychiatrists and external language, if he has human life problems are, language is not constructed out of us, a shape of reception of what is used to be empirically credible, so what we say about a problem with human essence, what I say about a text would not change the effects for institutional, some communities regardless of language, external object development, effects, securitization, Baudrillard is a hack, Balthasar, six, who on hell is Baudrillard, what a fuck, French philosophy deals too much with luxury problems and elegance, ignores the problem itself to this, colonist mentality is phrase made to camouflage genocide, pure shit turned into gold in the holy cellars of the modern, alchemist museum, there is always somebody to push the bonds when people die, war technology has always been made to compare Baudrillard with Henley, Jr. and Chavez, no philosophy, he felt obliged to, act and he succeeded in doing so, fighting with his hand, energy on the diplomatic battlefield, the whole one he sees an impact turned to their understanding of international relations, the one he sees Brooks and Woolforth evidence cites a robust correlation with U.S. leadership, which is an impact turned to their militarism and framework arguments, fear of extinction as a legitimate and productive response to the modern condition, Macy and Shuki, we are confronted with wars, nuclear proliferation, and destruction of our for the purposes over, come number as any fear for the world is expressed in doubt as a life-preserving response, people break through isolation into a larger sense of identity, fear for a world and common futures are category different from centers ways to one welfare, the supposed to feel when you have the large holes, or is a certain to a more encompassing sense of identity convert from the was life, the race, the threats of planets rise from a dysfunctional and pathogenic notion of a self-affirmation of survival good, clearly solving an institutional crisis matters foreseen in 2010, survival opens up space for reflection and action, the reduction of life, the opposite fusion, life, life, and qualified life, race, the much richer power, life, I'm going to finish that part after this, but conditionality is a voting issue, destroy tweets, strategy for sophistry over advocacy causes contradictory positions which are anti-educational. Finishing the card, the X sometimes a human being can reduce mere life with focus and end result, alternative to escape the production people themselves even under condition of domination and self-text to transform their lives into moral research.
Didn't we say we were not conditional?
We don't believe you.
How?
You're gonna change the alt, and that's conditionality.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, the new floating advantage counterplans
So
will
just
all
like
be conditional.
vague alt's bad, basically.
Those two tactics equal VI because of conditionality.
Strong. All right. Let's have a conversation about U.S. Armed Forces. This card you read, which is the only card you have that says that PMCs are part of armed forces, says contractors' personnel can be considered members of the armed forces of the hiring state under Article 3 of the Hague Convention, Article 4, and Article 91 of the Additional Protocol 1. Your entire argument is that the U.S. does not comport with international law in this instance. So why does the plan do anything?
Why does the plan do anything? Because it integrates contractors into the military.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It says U.S. armed forces cannot
Complete
be
bullshit.
in
The process
hostilities.
of
No,
the
no,
one
no,
EC
no.
clarified the plan as such.
No, come on. You clarified the plan as something that it doesn't
We read a
mean.
whole 1EC about contractors.
I'm sorry
If
that you
they're
read the
not
rest of
part
the one I
US
see.
Armed
I
Forces.
thought we were supposed to be focused on the plan. I think what is your answer to that?
What is our answer to that? We
Yeah.
read a card that says they are part of the armed forces.
Armed forces. Oh, sorry. Under the Hague Convention.
Yeah, so what?
We
Why
read a
should
card in
they
the
follow
context
US
of.
code?
Sorry, we read a card in the context of war powers, which says they're not. Which
The
one?
1AC's mandate is defined by that card's interpretation. We say we get to.
Wait, which card?
We have defined our plan.
Sorry, the
as
1AC's
such
mandate is
for contractors.
interpreted by the 2AC random snippet of evidence.
And the cross-X.
And the
And the
cross-X?
fact that Europe doesn't say members of the armed forces, but just says the Army, Navy, Air Force.
Yeah,
and
yours
Marines,
doesn't say
which is
U.S.
a very
Armed Forces,
important
which I think is a bigger
I
problem
think
for you.
I think the most important
Alright, that's
distinction
cool.
of all
I think
is
you're
the
gonna
only
lose on this, but
solvency
whatever.
cards read
Yeah,
are the
whatever.
Plaka
Yeah.
ones, which are incredibly specific.
Wait,
to
okay,
what
sorry.
the
So
mandate
now,
is.
the construction of the 1AC determines the meaning of the plan.
What? No.
Certainly not, but
What?
a random T card
You
that
can't
the
have it
neg reads in
both
the
ways,
1
man.
and C sure as hell does not determine what the plan means.
Uh,
Suo does not get to tell us what our plan
No,
means, and
but-
we asked
but
you asked
the
in cross-X
war
and we
pa-
said contractors.
But the war powers
You
resolution.
read a
does,
card by
right?
Chen, who later concludes that the Constitution says PMCs are part of the armed forces.
Which card?
And that the framers
Wait,
of the
which card
Constitution.
says that?
The law journal card that you read after US code, which is by Chen.
That's not true. But
Oh, it's
cool.
totally true. I've read that whole article, and the rest of our 1ART answers when we broke this
I
from
haven't,
Northwestern are
but
actually
I know
for
that you're wrong, so that's cool. Golly's an
Bullshit.
idiot. Sovereign state is not dead. That doesn't answer our argument about how the monopoly of force is dead. Do you have a piece of evidence that says
come on. Golly's understanding of the way the world operates is predicated on sovereignty, which our Krasner evidence says is incomplete.
If we just win that globalization, terrorism, failed states, things that Golly cites, mean that the states don't exercise a monopoly on force, how do you have uniqueness for your advantage?
I mean, we've read that there is a state monopoly on these.
Which card? Which
There's
card?
No backlash
Sorry,
to
which
the
card?
federal sovereignty currently.
You're conflating monopoly on force with monopoly on violence. Like, obviously, there's transnational, non-military violence. That doesn't mean that there's no such thing as state control over their own militaries, and that doesn't mean we can't
State
maintain
control
that
over their
power.
own militaries is now the scope of your impact. You
Use
think
of
your
force is different
impact
from,
arguments
stuff like
line up with
killing
that
people.
I
internally?
think the Kramen card about norms and the one he sees explicitly about that. Yes.
Alright. Well, I'm done.
Oh, they keep counting food. I mean, I'll give you like.
Fine.
Okay, done.
What do you have?
Starting at 8, I'm at 6:33. Or no, starting at 9. I think I started at 9. So I used 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, I have the same.
Okay.
Adley Bowman.
Okay, I sent it, so let me know when you all get it. In the meantime, it'll be the case specifically in the part where they said there's no impact of structural violence, which was the fourth argument.
You mean like the Moore card?
What?
Like the Moore card?
Yes.
Okay.
After that, it'll be the death drive K. Then it'll be the other K with an overview.
Death drive and then the other case?
Yes.
And you said a review on Death Drive?
Yes. No, overview on the second K.
I still haven't received it. Give me a second.
I will wait.
Do you mind if I go to the bathroom? Just real quick?
Yeah, I'm gonna go too.
And the first thing was the structural violence effect stuff,
Yeah.
which was right before Bernstein is wrong. So.
Yes. Yeah, right before that.
I'll go to.
It's only on there.
Some dynamic stretches it.
No, my body was just broken.
Yeah, I felt that. Yesterday, like this night, Patrick was getting like calf cramps and stuff, and it took a while, but we figured out that he just had been exclusively drinking coffee for like 20 hours, and was just severely dehydrated.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Did he actually bring his own?
Yeah.
Like, oh shit, I didn't even see that thing. Nick, you playing basketball here?
Sadly.
Did you?
No.
What's that? No, I drove back to Kansas during the tournament stuff. I almost stayed and played in Kansas before I was back. I will be playing on Wednesday. I'm excited to get back into a basketball routine. I can play 3 days a week now. So excited to get back into a basketball routine starting Wednesday. I think we're going to start playing some 18.
Playing what?
Playing whatever the 18.
Love it.
One of these days it'll be warm enough in Cambridge to play outside.
I don't really need to.
I don't know, I like outside, but anyways.
We're talking about the basketballs. We lost.
But had a great season.
I think. Well, I don't really know about the season, but we almost beat him this year, kind of.
We were the amount that Sue knows about basketball.
I can tell
is
Sue
wonderful.
follows sports ball.
No, it,
Well, I watched the whole
we
game.
watched this game together, and it was an incredible experience.
What?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Whenever everyone else
Almost as
is.
good as the discussion of icing
Yeah,
and kicker.
I'm ready to go. Do it up.
No.
Go.
Sorry, I
Okay.
was trying to cancel a class there.
I'll definitely pause for that.
No, I'll do it afterwards.
They let you teach people? No, I'm
Well,
Teach.
what is tea?
What is pedagogy?
What-
Give the basketball players A's.
What is it to teach? Okay, now actually starting. In this debate, arbitrarily reverse the scales. Any violence movement solved should dramatically outweighs the noble and self rhetoric between include underspread rhetoric salvation to the life dispensable of human life, not all male same kills, but according to the same visibility, unspoken criteria value of human life, the obvious and hidden imperial political value of lives. 2. But the immanency of belongs to become the measure of state value of human life, so not have the intellectual option as the institutional power to tell, store, and classify events according to that ranking. Death drive. We're going to concede there's no death drive and there's no psychoanalysis because it's not verifiable, but scientists trees, there's no risk they can get any of their offense or their arguments by using the death drive being good don't matter the alternative. We're not going to go there's no alternative, which means the permutation can't go for. However, I will answer the two pieces of evidence that they indicate the presence is key to deterrence. First, that they can't read the shift of PMCs outside the logic of global neoliberal station drop the bucket just change the face of intervention, not the existence out of the need. Actual military power has been a skill given the fighting success of cooperation building influence of economic needs. Major powers may simply be providing more military sets to be professional force that thrust control or eliminate PMCs based on mistaken belief they're in operation should be put to race, but the growth may be part of larger trend. PMC the only bid players in transport. The privatization of social and economic activity, consequence of neoliberal restructuring of activity, and that causes extinction of the development dumping the need. You cannot have development without security Canadian underdeveloped the international security architecture interconnects Canadian state-led development to prove for self-reliance and develop labor, such training global civil war between body levels of play. The concrete global value of conflicts and global subvalues of threat, the introduction in the global north facing renewed the cohesion and homeland fresh intervention broad disaster form of sharing the world we've defended to the death. The globalization containment imposed in this life has become increasingly balanced world mobilized societies as a whole. They say permutations voting issued in multiple permutations about destroys one of strategy waste efforts time multiple multiple permutations of similar bullets means they should be punished for it. Now, the other case. Each identification of nuclear catastrophe blankets the room of their room and ruin, increase the risk of extinction program, Star Wars driven regular militaries in the 80s, and mushroom cluster propelling us into a racket on the age of capitalist globalization, unstable PMCs becoming the new figure of nuclear clearance and ideological scaffolding in the root cause of contemporary violence. The systems are increasingly out of control. Nuclear catastrophe imagined must become nuclear catastrophe realized. The death threat, the death not real stuff was the scare to the CBD conceded the overkill frame in which was war beyond death is a non-war violence war which requires an ethical pre-consideration. This is Miller 13. There's no way to capture the essence of war and war to empathetic linking to that. This writes little to teach about the psychic ethical and political meaning of war. War displays the environment, fragile beliefs, personal property. Archives the short and long-term impacts and found more devastating than loss of play. And the battle sometimes found as classified political gems and necessary takes serious the possibility of violence against the non-living always is more extreme than killing its constituent dimension of all violence, including violence against the living. And the private military forces are distinct part of the narrative. The fundamental refusal to give up on America's dream of nuclear security resulted in downside the U.S. military by 2/3 after the Cold War, followed by the privatization of military functions, given the permanent war agenda. The Pentagon needed private soldiers. The absolutely reversal goes back towards Cold War internationalism. Let's leave the logical architectures in place. Believe in our impacts. They're just reason why they returned to the Cold War. The ballot is a signature on the nuclear social constitution. Refuse the nuclear anxiety. Use the moment of decision to dwell in the open outside the nuclear umbrella. We need active indifference to nuclear pathos in order to escape from our current nihilism. Nuclear fear is a Trojan horse boat negative the implementation of the app is possible. I say the bunker imaginary. They say the affirmative outweighs the fear of nuclear war. Terrorism comes turn our imagination to the bunkers. The after ritualized performance security threats and turns unending war and insecurity locking like inside the sarcophagus of security. The fact that their evidence presumes that the United States will have to intervene in security situation everywhere from Syria to Mexico demonstrates its investment in its insecurity's insatiable mask 9. One of the perspective war terrorists normalized permanent crises in the Cold War security. We do not build bunkers anymore. The bunker society is completely integrated to the authorities. No guys go into underground rooms, but into bunkers. The imagination conceptual bunkers free the national security. Albert and contest field global actions destroying military expected not produce security. This book has never been stopping violence, but are preparing to endure the application of risk. It's called for more preventive wars, covert action, secrecy, lead to and escalating military risk in the life of the war. Prayer promises they end to terror, but saturating pulse with fear and pursuing an ever greater counter-terrorist response. Now that the record of the war terrorists mounting up, it's time for Americans to get out of the nuclear bunker once for all. They say framework the role of the ballot is to analyze the outside logical commitment to nuclear road. The role of the ballots are good. It's constructive speech, which means you should deal with that. That's reason from which the independent impact turn reason why they destroy their own value of life. You should refuse. It's also good because I don't know. We're developing obviously not a reason to reject the team. Obviously there's development. The affect stuff was obvious. That's why the answer did. The nuclear bunker imaginary is not static, performative. It shrinks and expands with each identification and performance. A question of agency in this space is how we react to that imaginary, whether we choose to make ourselves a part of it or expel it, rather than train ourselves in an emotionally deadening affective environment of fear. You should vote neg to dissolve the social contract of Moscow 14 as nations invest as profoundly in ruin this Cold War American ingenuity transform ruination into nation, build the atomic bomb, not only providing inspiration for geopolitical strategy, but also a new means of disciplining citizens, a new kind of social contract form based on the national contemplation root, the project of building bomb, and communicating its power toward engineering into a form of international theory. And this converts debaters into Cold Warrior citizens, destroys political activism and education. Moscow 10 involving citizens men teaching them not only about nuclear explosive reiterating the Soviet threat implicit program teaches them the fear of the bomb, have to fuse that fear with age communities, modulates emotional intelligence, the potentially terrified public not becoming willing to support the Cold War, permanently mobilized citizen as Cold War and secrecy was not just about protecting technological secrets, mean of converting American society into counter-communist state level institutions, economies, politics, and motion of the war and terror. Concept was an attempt to expand that success and role-playing and simulation crucial tools of the bunker mentality entrenched at the level of the individual. Field 11. Environmental terrorism, but war of the nation and combination of market beginning of environmental because of the uncertainty of location security, civil defense against nuclear attack, pioneering imaginative actions, scenario-based role-playing these pulse creating a certain future in the present is an object of policy through gaming. The other policy role-play techniques are well established gaming, nuclear survival teams, the government acting in private security, official commercially to involve pens and paper to afford surviving societal extinction, development lexicon of adaptability, and real-time crisis management, problem being able to fight on in terms of ability to move between different socioeconomic configuration, retaining system functionality. This is not a rep scan, which means you can't sever those things. Nuclear fear is a scaffolding, produces the affirmative, not a simple chosen representation. The structure of logic needs to be absolutely refused. It's also predictable because this is literally what debate is always about nuclear fear. They say people cry during September 11th, but that's somehow demonstration that affective politics are bad. I think this evidence actually goes our way and indicates that affective politics many are a successful way to mobilize for the state to mobilize fear against individuals. The individuals get freaked out by things like 9/11 that allows the state to use that emotion in order to continue the logic of preemption, which are Moscow evidence has impact turn. Also, their reliance on positivism producing academia devoid of ethics sustains military authority on new intent. Positivism emerged from historical lines produced between the state, the military, and positive philosophers, domination, and social science, immediately linked with particular regime of the organization, since the Second World War, the central cooperative, generalist, rational strategy, applying models of physical domination, war machines, free-floating academic community, and the positivism emerged from the war and seeks no efficient organization, the war machine of the myth of dispatch, and investigation classes of risk and masculine myth, and the guise of value, neutrality, emotion, costume, modern, epistemology, nothing's ever treated as whole positive source, going to be bound to its ways and publication, becomes exclusive, such a genre thinking, obstructing the circulation of knowledge, the fears, meaning might proliferate from mobilizing standing positive regime, rehearsing actions, enable domination over women. They say permutation, you can either do both, or in severance or intrinsic voting issues, but all links, nuclear fear is the legitimate element of the advocacy means it should be the central point of criticism. The 1AR doesn't explain the function of the permutation. You can't vote on the 2AR. Now 2 is we have to give up on the politics of vote neg to slow down the logical reactive acceleration, increase space for new affective relation to emerge. Assuming 14. The tendency of diagnosing operates independently. The operational qualities of those in power bombs may they accept the rules of the world because the unforeseeable future throughout concepts right back to the don't misunderstand this appeal. Do any more effective return to the liberal democratic model. This has been effectively short circuit. The circuits are burned. Political legitimation moved on to affective, putting properly logical words become logic. Politics resistance by must engage false codes, full spectrum battle space must engage the operative logic presumption on its own terms. A drug for the training through practitioner of slowness, reclaiming legitimation. A different key hope is a
for when the future comes, it will be enough to make you cry. This is a counter-effective posture we can find right here. The generosity practice of political procedure, and even if they win, hegemony creates perfect deterrence. It is one at the cost of any life inside the system, which means you should set, which means that the hegemony aspect will always overcode voter anyone bounce terrorist attackers slow the system of deterrence and insinuate itself from the men to all corrections for the daily life. Nuclear suspension is violence without consequence, retain brains throughout the world. Simulacrum dominates everything, reduced all ground level events. Do being nothing but ephemeral scenarios, transform the values of survival tax state without stakes and pause. Well, a policy that already has no other real atomic clash preclude the whole world pretends to believe in the ground of the threat. There's no strategic state deterrence precludes war. The archaic violence of suspended system deterrence is implosive violence. It's planetary structure of annihilation of states. Our atomic war not play place the risk of nuclear annihilation only serve the pretext for installing universal security system balance of terrorism, bound terror, balance of democracy. Do they're sort of perfecting the best system of control that's ever existed. Now they say we should ignore value to life comes. I don't know what this argument means in the context of the affirmative argument is about the way in which citizens' fears become mobilized as tools of state domination, the way that we can reject those systems in the status quo. We're not making a sort of abstract idea that they kill all people's happiness or status, but instead that they create a system that ensures the destruction of individual lives that also makes those lives not as valuable as they could be because they are permanently locked inside of an umbrella of nuclear security. If we win those arguments, it's the reason why the only question of value becomes possible after voting out, where the alternative state discourse is not key. We're about material change, which means we should resolve the war into this evidence. Our opponents that affective politics allows us to mobilize ourselves at the material levels, not just discourse criticism, but instead the way the bodies in this space operate themselves and orient themselves towards the politics of nuclear security. This is Baudrillard and Ivory Tower idiot. This evidence is from our journal, so I don't think this is a reasonable criticism. It's also not just a Baudrillard argument. Our point is that we need to change the way that we relate to these systems. This evidence says we need to do things like ethnographic work, which is what our mask evidence is about, which means that we meet the standard that their evidence says we should be engaging in. They say that they impact turn arguments. That'll be mostly on the case debate. He says fear of extinction is legitimate, sure, but this evidence goes on to say that people themselves, even under conditions of domination, manage subtle tactics to transform their life into a moral resource and affective expression, which a demonstrates the usefulness of affect as a mobilizing politics that concedes the framework for how we should discuss political questions. If we win the arguments about how those affective conditions can be mobilized by the state to engage in systems of violence, it means that they destroy those subtle tactics because those will be overwhelmed with logic. This data that mask evidence is really good for the 1 and C indicate that the state will always be able to overwhelm these individuals because the fear of absolute extinction will always sort of outweigh our ability to engage in tactics that respond. Now, he makes the conditionality or imposing tactics are in a voting issue. That is logically incoherent in the cross-examination. The alternative is inevitably vague. We'll stick to rejecting the affirmative. It's very clear about our relationality to nuclear war, imagining the affirmative, which is something they stake themselves out on, which means that this is a very clear point of contention. It's not morphing. There's inevitably a morph. If we win our theory arguments about affect, it means that there's no sort of coherence to this position because it's inevitable that the alternative would morph. Yeah. Okay. How does one determine whose affect is better? What are the criteria by which that occurs?
I don't know if one can determine if you've got better or worse affect because it's not really subject to rational cost-benefit calculations like that. Our evidence does suggest that there are particular systems or environments that are created by mobilizing bodies in certain ways towards certain structures. We can diagnose how those systems function by looking at...
What criteria do the judges use to determine when the affect is bad? So is there a form argument, a content argument?
Well, our whole point is that form and content are sort of indistinguishable because they construct each other.
Gotcha. The Miller evidence you read says the possibility that violence against the non-living should rightfully be categorized as violence. What constitutes non-living? Is this just like bare life type thing? Or?
No, I mean this card literally lists all the things that constitute non-living: the environment, fragile ecosystems, personal property, works of art, archives, and tangible traditions.
Why do those things have intrinsic value external to human existence?
Well, this evidence indicates that it's part of the process of overkill, which doesn't just kill individuals, but literally destroys life systems and environments, which is part of the process of destroying past the point of life.
Why they're destroyed, it was the question of why does that matter?
Well, our Miller evidence indicates that that's the presupposition to the continuation of violence, that allowing for overkill is what entrenches on a broader system the ability to continue to go to war and violate individuals.
Duffield's about the Global Development Project. Why does the AF uniquely reinforce that?
Well, I think that's actually pretty obvious. The AF presupposes that the reason PMCs exist is simply that the United States federal government has a bunch of corporations. The Duffield card diagnoses...
How does the alt changing our orientation eliminate corporations?
Well, the Duffield evidence contextualizes how we can relate to this mobilization of intervention abroad, which is that we can refuse to be academics who support the developmental model.
How does that dovetail with the alt you're going for on the other page, though? Because this is sort of what we were saying about BOSU tactics. Like, what does that all do to resolve this link claim?
I think it dovetails perfectly. This evidence is about how support for the development regime by career politicians and big business are a disastrous formula for sharing the world. It mobilizes societies as a whole, including policymakers and academics.
What is the internal link if the AF restricts said development regime?
we don't think you restrict the development regime. We think you restrict a symptom of it, which will just move elsewhere.
I gotcha. Last question is, what is the reorientation of the alt? So there was some explanation of it, but I'm curious what the material application of that alt is.
You'd have to re-ask that question. I'm not sure what that means.
What does the alt do?
Well, the alternative is to refuse the sort of affective justification for the affirmative, which is this notion that nuclear catastrophe should be the mobilizing element of our politics.
What's the end point of said refusal?
Our Masumi evidence and our Masco cards contextualize that. They say that it's important because the preemptive logic, which says that if something is possible, it is likely, and thus we have to act to resolve it, which is the way that your hegemony authors discuss threats. We need to refuse that because refusing it allows us to open up different possibilities of politics.
Space, we all love the space.
Were there any 2AC reasons to reject the team that Brad dropped?
I don't think so, no.
Brad addressed all of them, but I'm gonna say he dropped stuff.
Great. Good talk. It'll be hedge institutions. Hey, listen, I just gotta make sure.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
You know how it is.
There were no voter issues on the flows you're going to, as far as I know.
Voter issues.
Don't spend $80.
Let me know when you get it.
I have yet to receive it.
Okay. Let me know when you do.
I shall.
Can I get that? I just don't really trust.
Whoa, how does this work?
Right? Great. See, I have some. Whoa. Get right here.
There we go. I just opened up the 2NC.
I got it.
Are you ready?
No.
That was a resoundingly negative response.
Yeah, I know. It was mid-speech. And see, in the thank you mode, it was like, you have 2% left. And I was like, I'm going to focus on this process.
If you ask us again, I'm going to throw a timer at your brain.
I'm
dedication.
He's gonna kill you.
No.
That's the thing.
What can I say?
Most of our
I'm an athlete.
Most of our NDT prep was that. The timer throw and the catch.
Got perfected.
It's about bodies.
It's about bodies. I don't even know. Is that like a reference to something?
It might be.
What is on the back of this? All right. Everybody ready? You'll have it?
Yeah.
Cool.
They don't solve their impact. The Maryland office specifically said that violent individuals will join PMCs and be crazy. That I don't think they solve any part of that by integrating with the command structure. Their evidence just says that it increased training and things like that. Not the sort of internal reasons why Abu Ghraib will cause, which means they don't cause any sort of shift to military effectiveness or more support. There's also no impact. They concede our probable evidence that regional fill-in will happen. That answers their transition wars warrant which is what they try to distinguish. However, there's no historical evidence for any sort of transition wars or unipolarity being good. Like Valentino and Rising cars go to border. The international order transition theorists have no historical evidence primarily talk about empirical or positivistic things because there's fundamentally no way to do that. I think they have conceded all these arguments there. There's Chandler evidence to respond to Bernstein just says that he holds the bar too high. However, this is the bar they need to clear in order to win the substantive portion of any of their impacts. Just because they have some weak statement about system structure does not mean they can identify a particular a strong impact. They can identify a strong impact claim. This is a mismatch between the scholarship they're talking about. They say balance is down, that's statistically wrong count. The distribution is correlate to a Minsky moment. Various great moderations. Each ends with a bang less frequent outburst, but more deadlier when they come to a World War song. Terror amount Holocaust all came out so long ago. Pinker favors per capita measures killing 6 million Jews in the Holocaust is not half violent. The global population is twice as high. Also sanitizes global colonial violence by writing out conflict exportation. Crane we take for granted that war happens in poor countries quicker. Right? Proxy wars do not diminish makers' enthusiasm in peace and developed countries. Conflict less fortunate lands that somehow connected was the immense violence that ravaged Asia in 1945, a result of backwardness or refined civilization wrecked by neocolonial conflict. In the same way that rich societies exported the pollution, the high developed world exported the conflict. They were war the entire time in Indochina, the Middle East, Latin America. Latin America. I don't know, anything else? Yeah. Institutions. This plan thing, they straight lose. The plan says the USFG should restrict introduction of U.S. armed forces into hostility outside the military chain of command. We have read a piece of evidence that says the U.S. armed forces do not include contractors, which means they have no internal intent. Any of their advantages. We vote negative on presumption. Punish them for their abject noobery. Hold the line here. They're supposed to know what they're doing because the semis of the NDT correction and clarifications are not enough, especially since they've advanced a strong claim that the plan should be the sole consideration determining the desirability of the one. Either that or they have to concede framework because it means how the plan is presented and communicated in affectual resonance over-determines the meaning of the plan. Even in that case, however, they still lose because all our arguments about U.S. trickiness and commitment to empire, as well as all their uniqueness arguments, demonstrate that the plan would be interpreted by the United States federal government as not including contractors, because that's what's necessary to uphold the security regime. For our evidence of the contract, war power says that contractors are not part of the USAF. That obviously determines how it would be read. Their hop evidence is 2 lines by the Hague Convention, additional protocol, not U.S. policy prefers specificity. That's their gray evidence law. Hope is also misinterpreting Geneva's additional protocol. PMCs are not included in USAF. Rousseau 12. PMC shift rates the number of difficult issues in IHL codified in the Geneva Convention. Their additional protocol IHL's capacity to stop the development of PMCs is weak, therefore they do not fall into the category of but are actually regarded as civilians. Legally, they should not directly take part in hostilities. PMCs are specifically distinct from the USAF. Wilson and 14 PMCs required to fire army. They differ from modern military units in that they are autonomous, providing military service, mercenaries, and everything. But PMCs are like FedEx to the USAF's postal service. Wilson and 14 Blackwater founder famously said we are trying to do for national security, and when apparatus what FedEx did for the postal service, they provide security, become the default private security force for diplomats and state departments employees. Their golly argument. Their answer is simply ad hoc to some cool historical FYs. They have conceded the main argument that state monopoly on violence is over because of things like globalization, things like terrorism, failed states, the idea that cross-cutting national boundaries are now the conditions of use of force. The state monopoly on violence is over. Some foreign trends undermine the state monopoly of force. The privatization of violence through warlords, militias, rebels, paramilitary groups, gangs, organized crime. Many governments are no longer capable of guaranteeing law and order. The police and military are too weak, too corrupt, or unwilling economic power now be more quickly transformed to military power. This reverses a century-old state monopoly and undisputed national identity no longer exists. National boundaries are consistently broken down to globalization. Many actors today operate outside the logic of territoriality. The state is being emptied. Some its function failing, and fragile states mean to develop effectively. They can't narrow the scope of their impact. Their own internal evidence says monopoly on violence, not monopoly on force. Sorry, Ellis. In the context of governance failure too, which our failed states arguments apply. And also they don't solve. They would just call them. They don't solve. The PMCs would just call them civilians, which is part of our argument above. Anyway, do Gunderson at 13. Well, actually, scratch that. There's also no impact to institutions. Our Golly evidence indicates that this is only fundamentally a substructure that infrastructure that does not determine the way that anarcho-pluralistic violence works in the status quo, because it's simply a palliative put on top of a fundamentally anarchical system, which I think is a direct impact turn, and a direct impact turn in answers of their structuring arguments is impact defense that they fundamentally conceded. Their argument about Golly's view of sovereignty is fundamentally irrelevant. All we're saying is that the use of force doesn't. Sorry, the state no longer has monopoly on the use of force. That's a narrow claim that their Golly evidence, which is composed mainly of historical bullshit, doesn't matter.
I think we have like 720 something, but I forget the exact number.
728.
Thank you. No.
You missed my awesome one.
Yeah.
Even then, it still doesn't because the U.S. is using
Let's go through this and we'll look at cards that are 3. This I agree we should keep.
first and second, get rid of the third. No, actually. Which takes three? Either 1 and 2 or just 3.
1 and 2.
1 and 2, get rid of 3.
Actually, this card.
Actually, just read 2 and 3. 2 and 3.
Yeah, agree. Okay. And then this is
That.
agree with this. I don't think we need a card to say this.
Yep, get rid of it.
Okay.
I think you gotta read that though.
I disagree. Like their card isn't very good. Madison is like, you know.
Okay,
I can
that's
explain
fine, get rid of it.
This is like, I think gray is probably good enough. This is like a 40-second card.
Okay, get rid of it.
You think this is worth keeping?
Potentially.
Yeah, I think that's a good card. And these I found, and I think they're just absolute slayers. So
Okay.
that. And then the rest is just, you think this. Okay, what was the other stuff I'm talking about? Okay.
Right. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Just be careful.
Where was Bernstein ship? Was that on the Hedge or Monopoly? Okay, good to go. 3:31 left.
Another second.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll have to pee anyway. That's probably that was the main thing. They were very excited.
He's gonna do that. I'm gonna make a new cup of coffee.
If you're gonna do that, I'm gonna plug in my computer.
I'm here to get rid of this cup then. Oh, okay, never mind. Got it.
The juice and cards.
Yeah, it's in the shows. I got it.
Yeah, I just got it, sorry.
It's in the tubes.
I do not have it.
Try doing Control Shift R. Sometimes it's like the hardcore versions of that.
Oh, wow. Whoa, what's a shelfie?
That's just like Google bothering you. I'm sure you can.
Do you know you can send
Yo,
money
check the
through
thread. I
Gmail?
bet it just marked as red.
What's happening?
It did mark as red. You're right.
So the order is going to be the monopoly advantage, starting with T, like circumvention, whatever you want to call it. Then the hedge advantage. Then the death drive K. Then the ruins K.
Sorry, you're gonna have to do that again.
Alright, monopoly, hedge, death drive, ruins.
You doing the overview stuff separately, or is it?
On the ruins, yeah, it'll just be straight down the best I can. Cool. If the F doesn't get to define what the plan means, there's no point in debating plans because we're always constrained to status quo interpretations. Fiat is a question of desirability, and this rhetorical bloviation by Bosu means every F loses on presumption because those just read T cards that explain what the status quo is. The better limit sets is our solvency, which actually gives substance to the main date of the plan. Note that it's not a rough first target, it's just a claim that the plan text is shorthand for what the congressional bill would entail. Otherwise, we have to read a 10-page plan text, which is not very convenient. Now, no abuse, read T next time. It's not like they were going to read a competitive counterplan to begin with. We never said the plan is the sole consideration, just the desirability of that mandate must be refuted, or else you're observing but not criticizing our LePlock evidence answers the basis for their circumvention are anyway because it says Congress can create mutually beneficial outcome by allowing flexibility without wrecking foreign policy. That's why they only read T cards and not actual circumvention ones. We don't have to restrict all PMCs anyway, just the ones involved. And Compact Court agrees with us. Austin City's Supreme Court affirmed I think we need the protection agencies of the federal government to be extended to private contracts that counteract assassinated the agent of the government. Their legal precision argument is stupid. We restrict war power. Stevens 11 the romance on the precise meaning of the word when somebody rightly different outcomes. You opinion was profoundly wrong with the many interpretive issues. You occupy ambiguous decision making tractability of legal arguments is becoming issued in more in terms of persuasion than technical mastery of legal construction. Legal discourse and other search for some truth. Other facts decision that operates on the basis of common understanding. Now, the Gali argument there, first of all, is globalization does not disprove the norms advantage. You should prefer Krasner evidence because it's predictive and more recent than theirs. Theirs is describing broad things like, yeah, there's globalization, criminal networks and stuff, but that does not mean that states should outsource their military and foreign policy to corporations. Are Sanger, Williams, Avant, Krasness, and Damrosch evidence are all pretty good on this and proves we're sufficient to reverse the trend overall, at least enough to prevent our impacts, which is breakdown of democratic peace, which they don't have any defense to. We agree that anarchy on some level is inevitable, but all of these trans case arguments assume goals that are way broader than what the app is designed to accomplish. Now, the hegemony stuff at the top, assholes might join the PMCs, but there are two mechanisms that we can restrain them. First is command structure. Our evidence cites Abu Ghraib, which is really the only example they give in the block segment's legal liability. They would get court-martialed if they just started offing people. Now, the transition debate, the rebel evidence isn't qualified as a Cato isolationist hack trying to convince us to cut the military budget. Our Lebeau, their Lebeau evidence assumes doesn't assume it's about revisionist powers, not U.S. reassurance and alliance commitments. They basically dropped an allied pro-LIFTA that other countries that are historical antagonists will start fighting each other without the U.S. security blanket. They also don't have a answer to our Beckley evidence, which turns all their affect shit because it says the U.S. will become violent and uncooperative as we decline. Now, our Chernoff insider evidence answers the Bernstein card on point. It's not pure science. We never claimed that amount of predictive power. However, the people adapt in systems, and so do theories, and we can make provisionally useful agreements. We agree with most of this. Our Hoffman evidence says that trends of balance declining don't mean that balance is inevitably going to decline. That's why we need a prudent foreign policy, but it does mean that their extinction inevitable claims are demonstrably false. Now, the 2AC card on Gray is also really good on this. It indicates that you don't have to settle every epistemic question in order to vote the affirmative. Now, the uniqueness debate or Dresner evidence says that all forms of violence are declining. Now, they don't have any alternative statistics in their Pinker Index are just about as normative ideas about human nature. Terms are unequivocal even for invisible violence. Jervis 11, many scholars simply deny good news after conquering a the Greeks killed all the men and women, sold the children into slavery to make such broad-reaching claims. While Strauss equally blasphemous sources so Pinker says he understood all the material typical of inside church. There are so political lovers. I was ready to catch him second the day. The record and nursery complex is muddy because definitions vary in history and complete, but most studies reveal kind contrary to expectations. This has subsided. Now, the next argument is the Mignolo stuff. He barely said anything in the 2NC. That card just says modernity is discounted some lies. That doesn't mean you should. Now, the Death Drive K at the top, the Adams evidence just says the corporate power is more convenient than than companies trying to make state militaries. Neolib is inevitable. It's only a question of pragmatic checks on it. Their Duffield impact is pretty terrible, which I will read now. Chandler 10. Critique of liberal peace bears much less the relation to policy effects assumed by critical discourses. Desire to critique of liberal peace tends to substance one-sided representation of the portrait Western policy inversion to liberal. This view is a self-serving and fictional policy narrative. The view of transformative directed by the late control of the post-colonial world stands in stark contrast to the policy policy world, I'm also going to read one more predictions card, but you can put that here. Fits in 7. The burden of proof should belong to the decision maker who rejects probabilistic reasoning. Prediction requires the decision maker to expose why a given event is unlikely. Her important prediction forces making explicit these terms of relationship that might otherwise be implicit imagined regarding rank. Not only would they have had to work hard to justify the views, but they might have seen that they were wrong in the process. Should have sensitivity towards changes for adjustments. Prediction enhances strategy, flexibility, while complexity may make a resistant risk oriented approach seems to be the only available model. The alternative boost strategy, skepticism, good marginalized analysis, and harbor real interest and undermine flexibility. Now the permutations of not a voter, just a test of competition. I'm going to extend it here globally. None of their stuff's an hour. Opportunity cost of the plan. If you can opportunity cost of the plan. If you can affirm a better affect, then you can do that and vote after restrain the PMC's legal status, because the status quo definitely doesn't do this. Now the ruins K at the top. The 2 and C overview sounds a lot like psychoanalysis, which means all of our indicts of this stuff, like our imputed motives and all that bullshit, is not offense for them. The Miller evidence says that sole focus on death ignores the cost of war. Yeah, that's probably true. However, they've conceded you should prioritize human life because artworks don't fucking suffer, but our haters and evidence says death destroys the ontological possibility for all future enjoyment, and that you should let people make a personal decision about whether their life is sufficiently high quality. Not Baudrillard, their Moscow evidence ignores constraints which are Stanger and Demarche evidence supports the 2 and C role of the ballot as a voter issue. The U.S. doesn't have it makes it impossible for us to leverage offense. It doesn't matter if the 2 and C is constructive. We structured all of our offense around what the 1 and 2 is based off of. It creates a standard of epistemic perfection, which means we can never get ground because there will always be one assumption that's not perfect. It doesn't access the affect argument because it's way more than reject the app. There's also no link to role playing. We're describing plausible outcomes as a gauge for normative desirability of the plan. We don't think we are the federal government, and they don't assume debate where we make provisional truth so that we can compete against each other. Now there is no impact to the nuclear fear stuff. Our evidence is better than they're giving it credit for. It says that when we describe catastrophe scenarios, it doesn't lead to numbing. It leads to a desire for action. We provide the concrete form of action, which means we are the myopic focus that their ever describes, which means mainstream will decisively go after. However, their affect stuff is all bullshit. Massumi's form content argument is code language for we can ignore content. At least 11. Massumi motivates interpretation is code by an assumption about conflict those systems and start a distinction between the conscious and unconscious because of the speed with which Ferrum and Frost and all this attempt to cover for the mind time to intervene the disconnect between ideology and after produces interference of the role of ideas and belief in politics in order to ontological and circle with corporal affective reactions. The affect is the benefit to transform individuals for good without regard to the content of argumentative beats. This also answers their speed argument. They don't assume a limited time available for decision making. You can't just slow down speed by deciding to have different affects. Their idea of vote for the good affect reject Michigan as hogwash. Hemmings 5 affect manifest by a separate back in social reproduction, not just the molecular way the lights of consumerism are affective responses that strengthen their element of social order. They both have the good effect that does the bad is difficult to maintain such a dichotomy in light of their own temptation of theories since the variety of the world up to good bad when you or other be free to hardly a negative response to any one affect emerges the return of the device who's close to receive the theories sent to a more productive frame of mind. The conditionality argument, we don't have to win, we just have to win the new role of balance of bad because it shifts the terrain for offense.
How much time do we have?
7:10.
Okay.
And then Dropbox it to me.
This determines the desire of the intending of the plan. Because if you're looking at morally reduced and pure design, it's just not the same thing. Their court agrees. Court says that contractors are agents of the government. Of course they are. They're not armed forces, however, which is our privilege of precision. This is stupid. It's not about precision. It's literally an entirely different universe. We're not making a fine grain of stupid here. This is like the entire reason PMCs exist is because they're not U.S. armed forces. I feel like they miss the entire purpose. Or of the reason PMCs exist, which also demonstrates themselves. Like enforcement stuff, also like US actually means that they would also after they don't get to determine it's how the residents together, just like how people are. What?
theory means you went for the roll belt guy. Okay.
I mean, unless Kermit's theory, but like only go to his rule about.
Okay. So the order will be the
They lose legitimate presumption question. You should hold the line. They say policy focus, good focus on the plan, which sets up a standard for evaluation. 4 cards indicate the PMCs are only considered military force. The Geneva Convention do not. In U.S. policy, because war powers resolution simply acknowledges that they aren't armed forces and civilian conflicts are different things. That's the entire reason PMCs are useful to press because which means it's not a minor error. They miss the entire point of this. Maybe they do not restrict any armed forces. Thus, no advantage they have not articulated impact storm that don't look too hard to. The new evidence just says that contractors are agents of the government. Of course, they are, but they're not armed forces. Interpretation creates shitty debate and also demonstrates their affectivity and performativity arguments, which means that even if they win this argument, we win framework. Not every affirmative lose on presumption. It just means you should write a good plan to exist in a T argument. The reason why the implementation of the plan does literally nothing, which means presumption goes negative. Now, privileging the legal precision card is dumb. It's just an entirely different universe. And that you've done something that doesn't even comport to the way the reality works. It's also a reason. It's also a reason why framework makes sense because legal precision is a bad standard. You should focus on things like the way that our bodies are mobilized for legal regimes. Don't plan means nothing. Worst case, it gets redeployed the security state, which is motivated preemptive violence. U.S. is tricky, which means it will use this in order to further presumption. Now, the second part of the case debate, he reads a bunch of cards syndicates the world's getting better. Says we don't have these standards. I think our evidence is actually pretty good on the syndicates. The Minsky moments are when extreme violence follows drops in death, which is what their own evidence says, which means that long periods of things getting better are actually often interrupted by the worst forms of extreme violence. And I think we probably the only way of understanding why it is that those moments of extreme bounds emerged because he's conceded the Bernstein analysis from the 1 hour, which I think is pretty good, which indicates that there are three key reasons why they can't determine any sort of state of the empirical standard. First is that there's empirical invariance inside the system. Second is definitional elasticity, that the idealized concepts are applied to a system that does not fit. The third is that there's not enough sample size to determine these questions. I think this applies both to the hegemonic piece theory, well, it is the hegemonic piece theory, both to the liberal piece theory and to the Gemini stability arguments. Our point is that these are idealized concepts that do not actually describe the function of the world. It's more likely that they are these sort of momentary declines in liberalism, which will create more violence. He says the U.S. violent decline will cause more warfare. Our point is that we saw the reasons why that decline would be violent, which means we resolve the impact of this argument, but it also demonstrates our affectivity and presumption arguments. Indicates that lash out is something the United States federal government does when it indicates it's under threat, which proves the thesis to decay. Now, the psychoanalysis case liberal piece may be true, but their evidence just says it avoids a broader war. There's no warrant for this development. War by other means. The Duffield and Adams evidence are really good. Indicates drive towards globalized neoliberalism has hollowed out the state, increases global interventions abroad. Even if they don't use PMCs, they'll just use regular forces, which is something they've conceded, which still causes destabilization of the presumption arguments. They don't resolve the only internal link they have to conflict. That conflict is existential because it creates a system of secured life versus insecure life. As the Duffield evidence reverse to a politics of autoimmunity. We're constantly fighting the emergence of internal threats to global order becomes suicidal, and self-destructive terrorism is evidence of war from the inside, which I'm assuming evidence also goes well with our Golly Carter syntax. Globalization has destroyed the sort of barriers between different forms of spatiality. It destroys the effectivity of borders, which means that there are always forces moving inside and outside the state there. The attempt to sort of create peace on top of that system leads to more violence because the United States hegemony is just lashing out against an asystematic void that refuses our attention. I think the Golly evidence is much better than any of their cards, even if they're right. That sovereignty might exist. Our point is that it's being hollowed out by the broader forces of economic globalization. They can see it as a second argument that there's no risk of conflict. There's no risk of large-scale conflict because globalization means there's too much interconnection, which was not responded to. The one argument indicates that the only possibility is systemic violence, which means if we win a controlling risk of that, which we solve these problems, predictions is good, was answered by a conceded Soriano positivism came from the Twin Seeds, right? They might be right in the abstract, but their predictions are all based in the military-industrial complex drive to continue militarism. The Soriano indicates this is a form of academic failure, which means the reason why we should reject this. It's also indicated by all the 1EC evidence from people in the military. I think there are things getting better cards from someone who's a former U.S. Marine. Now the final game. The impact of this argument is extinction first, the continuation of politics of affective terror pushed the bunker imaginary to seek out novel threats confirms the belief that we were in danger evident in the historical shift from the Cold War militarism to PMCs as a military drawn shift in style, not a shift in logic. That politics spirals out of control, enemy creation permanently unstable in an atmosphere of security increases irrational response to threats to international order proven by our Golly evidence. Hegemony is just a name for our failure to respond to the international system. Now the oopsie goopsie, you can see the floating pick, the justification for it. In the 1NC, our politics can engage in the 1NC, but divorce itself from nuclear fear. All of our links are to that system of thought, which we said is irreducible to the performative act of the 1NC, which means they cannot separate out these things with their permutation. They've conceded that would be cheating because it makes it impossible for us to engage in any sort of debate about representations and affectivity, which their own evidence says are important. Now he says ontological violence is important. We agree. Our point is that we've impacted her in the way that you get access to those systems of violence. If they're reversing to Cold War politics and security, our massive evidence is very good. It indicates the bunker imaginary is what allows the United States federal government to demobilize its citizens because it creates a system of fear where there's no where there's only an incentive for the continued mobilization of that system of fear. It's an epistemic question that I don't think they have a single answer to. In the one area, besides a few cards that say the affect is not true, mass weapons indicates that empirically the United States has used hyped up threats in order to justify the continuation of colonialism abroad. The Mignolo card, which Alice's only answer to is that this says modernity is actually very good. It indicates that they have always counted the bodies incorrectly because the Western state has an incentive to discount the bodies of people who are dying inside the current systemic violence is the reason why we should arbitrarily weigh our impacts as higher, which means that we resolve these sort of better access to these questions. He says 2NC, role of balance of voting issues. Constructive means we develop our position. No role of balance to the 2AC means we have to respond opposite in the 2NC. They didn't construct. The 2AC only read the 1NC where they're not fools framework was obvious because 1NC evidence was about affect, and they acknowledge that it's not a reason to reject the team, just a reason to reject the role of the ballot. Even if they win the role of the ballot, they don't have a role of the ballot themselves, which means that our affectivity arguments still matter. The Duffield evidence indicates we should not be normative advocates of the United States federal government. Instead, we should move outside of the bunker mentality and discuss how we can comport ourselves to broader structures of Cold War securitization. I think I've already done the analysis of why that's useful. However, the mass evidence indicates we can take this moment to break free from those structures, which is uniquely important because it allows us to comport differently towards the security state. The Masumi evidence says that breaks down sort of affective system. Now the permutation links to still links to all of our arguments above that. Otherwise, it's severance. They've conceded that make an impossible for us debate. And the point, if we win our affect arguments, it means that it's still a performance of securitization, even if they leave those things outside, which means that they're still engaged in that type of politics. They say catastrophe is good for action. I've impact turned that above. Our mass evidence indicates it just breathes public into sounds. They say Masumi is wrong. Affect is true. And Masumi evidence says it's simply a question of how bodies comport themselves towards question of the future. The only impact delays evidence. They read the one area that representations and ideology matter, which is our argument, which proves we win framework. There's also no impact. The Hemmings evidence besides assertions that affect is indeterminate. That's fine. But our mass evidence does historical analysis of the ways in which it was indicated, and they were bad. 329.
Thanks. not like one area. I chatted you a few additional things for like the circumvention thing, but like three minutes. There was a subsequent chat with yeah, okay. Shit, my timer actually didn't start. Do you have that? 2:23. Yeah. The same is true for like all the I play this stuff to like the whole life is different. It's like diversity approximation. It's like also true with it's all hard.
Our comms department has a bunch of faculty.
Hegemony flow, the flow with the T argument, the psychoanalysis page, the ruins critique.
Psychoanalysis ruins.
Yep. Is everyone good to go? To the negative failed to dispute the specifics of our hegemony scenario, they have our defense of transition wars and liberal norms, but the true responsive cards are prevalent Lebo, which do not cut it, given the one sees robust defense of hegemony. Our positive arguments for U.S. military power outweigh and proves that a triad only goes at first is global alliance commitments. They have dropped the 1EC, 2EC, and 1A are allied pro-leftists that the Brooks and Lieber evidence state that means a relative power parity prevents insecurity from being exported. Otherwise, regional powers have an incentive to compete, proliferate. Lieber says this causes escalatory security dilemmas. Their lack of impact. The scenario proves extinction is inevitable in the status quo, and the the only meaningful way to resolve this, since this is an impact turn to the alt and their framework. We win independent of anything else. Second is the security dilemma argument. There's no answer to regional dyads and their propensity to escalate. India, Pakistan, China, Russia, U.S., the lack of deterrence, which they have no defense to via a punishing cost, and the signal of withdrawal causes a regional fail and uncertainty and collapses the foundations of the international system. For impacts on scope, violence is bad, but more violence is worse. The only impact to ethics is material, and Patterson says life is a precondition for resistance to other ethical injustice and structural violence and broader systems of militarism. They conceded the 1 AR time frame argument that unclear authority and the collapse of military effectiveness happened before a global reframing, development, reorientation, rethinking, whatever the alternative is, proves the short-term impacts cause more insecurity, fear of nuclear weapons, cause more violent lash outs. The first two in argument is about Minsky, a moment that assumes history can causally be extrapolated out to the future. The Hoffman evidence indicates this logic and says that the alternative breeds complacency. The threats they have not contested the overwhelming truth value that the violence is decreasing now. They have not presented alternative data unanswered that conclusion. The only card they have run tonight speaker, the Jervis evidence says that Pinker's data is accurate if the world is getting better on the status quo because of things linked to U.S. Germany approves triad only goes after, and there's only a risk the alternative makes things worse. The Bernstein argument, they have dropped their Fitzsimmons burden of rejoinder argument, which is that the burden is on them to dispute the specific predictions rather than making over sweeping claims that our positive predictions are wrong. The alternative is ideology fill-in, which is what resulted in the Iraq War, and internal links turns the argument to the militarism. They say there's overall violence. Doesn't assume the Brooks evidence because there might be lots of variables. Brooks has taken them into account in the robust social science data. The sample size argument is the entirety of history, which Brooks takes into account statistical modeling. They have no defense for a particular scenario. We have read evidence that index the Bernstein in particular and says that the bar he sets is way too high. They say there's a different form of violence. They have no mechanism to solve that violence. The more evidence indicates a focus on the root cause of violence doesn't solve the proximate cause of violence, and their understanding of IR is not capable of solving the reason why Germany solves affect and doesn't solve lash shit. I will explain my affect doesn't cause political solutions. Our internal link is not predicated on lash shit. It is based on a decline in U.S. Germany, which is the disadvantage of the alternative. T. The T argument is a terrible way to determine the semis of the NDT. The obviously gets to define the intent and mandate of the plan. One is otherwise the neg would always pick for us. It obviates all F offense and makes beating the status quo a legal interpretation of impossible. The point of fiat is to engage in questions of desirability. If we are confined to the current interpretation, then there are no acts on the topic because every act has a different legal interpretation than the status quo. So every act would lose on circumvention. Second is, come on, cross-ex of the 1EC, the cross-ex of a 2EC, the solvency evidence determine the intent of the plan. Deference to one card ignores the intricacies of a T. Debate that they decided not to engage in. Three is substance outweighs. We have a different interpretation of what that word in the plain text means. They have no substantive justification of preferring their interpretation in this particular instance. In particular instance, 4 is the only way to avoid a boring RFT is to split the difference between the framework debate and the circumvention argument. This means the ballot is a referendum on the desirability of the mandates of the act, which is more than just a plain text and hence subject to criticism, but is also not reducible to abstractions like affect or ontology. Anything else forces endless paradigm wars that by definition cannot be fully resolved in. Would not allow for ground because we would have no way to defend both legal and epistemic perfection. You have to make some heuristic shortcuts to make provisionally useful decisions, which is consistent with every argument we have made around the plan focus good claim was answered above. The Geneva interpretation is our interpretation. They don't have a reason why there should be preferred. Our evidence says that they're part of the U.S. government. We have read that they are also part of the U.S. armed force. The affective interpretation of legal stuff, dumb stuff, obviously does not apply because it raised the question of the role of framework now. The psychoanalysis critique of plan solves subjects the military to overall operational rules of engagement, which the 1EC porn evidence says absolves the current problems of the status quo. The only example of the lack of accountability is due to the unclear authority of the Underwood evidence, and the Morgan evidence says the norm of incorporation is capable of solving the Rose and Kroll evidence is the best discharge to the alternative ever because it says their psychoanalytic understandings and things like affect cannot be scaled up to the political because they merely force internalization, which was the alternative does not solve, and they have no comparable affect. They have conceded or indicted Duffield. The Chandler evidence indicates that it doesn't cause global war. His understanding of it is so reductive, but it doesn't solve anything. They've conceded there's no alternative to neoliberalism, and the claim that there's no unique link to the plan as to why it reifies neoliberalism. The Ghali evidence is indicted by our evidence that says Ghali's understanding of is wrong. They've conceded it's more recent, which is the reason why it should be preferred. They say it causes lash out. The alternative is worse. They've conceded the Lieber argument that there would be a reintervention, which is not worse. There is a risk of war in the status quo, which we obviously saw. Globalization does not make it inevitable because the U.S. system is what sustains globalization. Structural violence was answered by the Moore claim. The positivism bad claim was answered by the ideology fill-in claim by Fitzsimmons. Now the K proper doesn't result in extinction. The Chandler evidence says that they don't solve that. The Moore evidence says that says that they are not capable of solving that. Only deterrence is capable of doing so. Solves the proximate check and the escalation. Enemy creation is not the root cause. They have no uniqueness for this claim. So triad decisively goes affirmative. The floating picks argument is false. If their argument is true that form and content are co-constitutive, then you should obviously look at both. This links to all of our fairness claims. If the permutation is severance, and that is unfair, but their claim is that engagement is good. The floating pick similarly undermines that engagement. If we win an impact turn to their affect, the reason why they should lose the Patterson evidence says death precedes ontology, which obviously matters. The demobilized citizens argument, we are speaking to a specialized judge, which doesn't matter. There's no type of epistemic perfection. Threats obviously do not outweigh. The Hoffman evidence says they cause complacence. The Mignolo evidence says we should call all lives is equal, which reason why biological death matters. The Duffield evidence about the bunker mentality also doesn't assume our affect arguments. The Schum saw evidence and against affective politics turns inwards. It never translates into action because it becomes auto-effective and bound to an individual's particular feelings. The McManus evidence is a defense of our particular affect and says that it uses hope and fear, which is necessary to solve it. I can see the index of their Masumi evidence, the Lee's evidence, and against all of their affect can belong to us because Masumi's distinction between form and content is just we can ignore the content, which proves our case is a disattitude of their framework and understanding of activation in the first place. Their Hemmings evidence says that their understanding of it is so reductive that it means it cannot solve anything, and that they collapse the foundation of the international system. Those old guys.
We should just have like a general explanation for why it didn't.
Rude, Jared.
Maybe
It's
just do a
rude.
general
Yeah.
It's like,
And then you keep walking up towards this.
Oh yeah.
two hands.
Hey, Brad, can I get our timer back?
Thought you'd get away with it.
Thought you could get away with it right now. No, yes.
Can you forward the document?
Right. Why don't you just like start
My rule was
teaching the basics.
my rule was only you could only complete
Yeah. You just keep an arrow history of this. Yeah.
Not yet. It's on a little bit of delay.
Everyone's in. Okay, well, I still want to listen, so. Thank you.
Good idea though. I agree. Yeah, let's try to figure that out. I think that's worth it.
Is it okay, yeah. It's I don't really know.
We just woke up back. Guns and just
Oh, it's an acronym, right? Just not a lot of sleep.
It's they have a little bit of military parlance. Chain of command. I'm gonna go back.
We should discuss. But I don't.
I would not.
Silver with a thin guy with a bowl cut.
Is that these are comics on?
Isn't the test convincing someone to have your child?
Oh, Brad just walked out. Is everybody done?
Yeah, he went to the bathroom.
Oh, Brad went to the bathroom.
Sorry. But
Thank you. I texted him.
yeah, I mean he's in the bathroom, so he should be back without being with any luck.
He's in the bathroom.
Where's Josh? Josh.
He's got me cake.
Josh.
There's
Do we have? I thought there were only 4 here. I don't have 5
Oh my god.
Throw those under your computer.
Oh, mine. Or the chair.
No, there's the chair.
No, I didn't say on the chair. Nobody puts me in charge of
Please
anything.
announce the decision for them.
The goddamn
He said
ballot.
you're the chair.
Oh, Josh is actually the chair.
You're good.
Oh, Josh is the chair. I knew I wasn't.
I'm the chair?
Yeah.
Shit, announce it. Announce it, please.
Well, I don't know it yet.
How could he even know?
Jeez, what's wrong? He's out there.
Congratulations to everyone. The decision is a 3-2 for Michigan.
I'll go first. I voted for Harvard. The solvency debate for me kind of framed a lot of my decision. I'm sort of a big, your plan text has to at least significantly, if not literally, mirror the bill. Probably not literally, obviously, that would be a little bit absurd, but at least significantly mirror the bill. And I think that they don't win so much a topicality argument as much as they win a big circumvention argument that the president would define language that went contrary to the intent of the plan, which undercut a big portion of your solvency. Some of your arguments about how the act should define the words in the plan text, the neg shouldn't pick, I thought sort of begged the question of how the plan would get interpreted. I'm not voting on they pick how your act gets defined, rather I'm voting on the president would pick how your act gets defined, which to me seems like the best for sort of real world education or interpreting war powers. And questions about cross-ex checks, that's sort of assumes they are interpreting it and not the president. And the substance outweighs stuff. I think that it makes sense to, if we're having a legal topic and a legal debate, that we should debate about how that legal interpretation plays out. And then you have a pretty good pieces of evidence that says that like the courts would define it in favor of the affirmative, and you have pretty good evidence that says, there's a chance that it would be interpreted this way and solvency would spill over. But I thought that bigger term picture evidence was more in the context of the opposite, that those sort of deferential decisions are when the court is making a decision in favor of PMCs being absolved from litigation, not one that would go against the president's interpretation of their plan. So I'm going to make it short here. I've already talked longer than I wanted to. But so the solvency question for me really framed how much offense you could win against the K. So the K debate, I thought that they won some arguments that the affirmative affect would be captured and that fear affect would be used for sort of endless goal of securitization. I thought a lot of your evidence was in the context of, at least your evidence that mobilizing affect around fear can be productive was not as much in the context of foreign policy as the negatives evidence about nuclear foreign policy specifically. And then I thought that a lot of your evidence that affect can be political, I thought sort of begged the question of if the political effects of the plan would be good. And I determined that they would not be, especially in light of the undercut on solvency. So then there's a floating pick argument going around that I thought sort of captured maybe a lot of your can't be political type arguments, and then your offense against that being affect first is bad, which I've talked about, and offense, I think that they don't get your hedge stuff because that's what they're picking out of, I thought begged the question of whether or not you solved that hedge stuff in the first place. So bigger risk of circumvention and low risk of solvency.
I voted on the terminal plan flaw. I think the plan is a description of the status quo. I don't think this debate is even really close. Your card that says it could be defined as PMCs is a description under international law. A host country could choose to define it that way. The middle part of that card, the non-highlighted, when I blow up the shrunken test, talks about the ability of countries to choose whether or not they put them into their armed forces or not. And clearly, the U.S., under its code, has not included them in the armed forces. This is an easy fix with writing the plan differently. It's not a question of what the two are talking about. What's really kind of funny to me listening to this is, I know this semis the NDT argument you're making, and for me, I should not judge the semis of the NDT any differently than I would judge any other debate. And this debate resonates so much with the debate that I judged you last year in the prelims at this tournament against Northwestern, in which they had put solar energy and the solar power in the plan instead of solar energy. There it was a topicality argument because it unlimited and went the opposite direction. Here, the plan literally does not do anything because it describes that the current armed forces can't go outside of the chain of command. That your notion of we meant to write a better plan, meant to be topical, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Since I emote with coaches as my relationship both to this entire community, I feel happy for your coaching staff that you didn't lose on this argument, because one of the nightmares of coaches is we screwed up writing the plan text because the coaches feel responsible for those decisions ultimately, whether they're involved or not, and how that went down, and that's a nightmare that people live with, so I'm glad that your coaching staff doesn't have to live with that as a future thing, but I don't think you have an answer to this argument.
I can go. I think I obviously come down differently on the presumption question, largely on the argument that the affirmative gets to define the words in the plan. I think you're factually right about what they've said in the plan, but that said, I think that they've made strong arguments as to why they should be able to contextualize that, and the debate should be more substantive than it is just the plan text. I don't ever think there's a really good answer to the plan is not the entirety of the bill and that you need to interpret things a little more broadly. That said, I still think there is some circumvention argument won there, but I don't think that there is enough of a circumvention argument won there to discount any chance of the affirmative solvency, because I think that they still have an ability to determine how that plan ought to be interpreted, how they're using the term United States Armed Forces in the plan text, which they're using it as in an inclusive way as per the definition in terms of the Geneva Convention. I think in terms of just like how the president would interpret it, I think they might at least have some right to say that they interpret the way the president would interpret it, or at least they get to dictate what the bill would look like writ large. And I don't think there's enough in the 2NR for me to discount this like they have some ability to define their own shit argument. And I think
Do they have the ability to define their own shit?
they've made a few arguments why that's the case. They've said that otherwise the negative would just define things for them. They've said that they have an inability to write a plan text that is inclusive enough of everything, and
Yeah, I mean,
possibly being as long
I
as
guess.
the bill.
I just think the 2NR made the argument that, like, you could have just written a better plan text, which seems to solve it. Because we were like, this is not a T argument in the sense that we're saying that it's, like, impossible to talk about their
Sure.
thing. We're just like, write a better plan, man. Huh? Nothing?
It's just like our interpretation to kind of solve the offense that
Yeah.
we always lose because it's not the whole bill.
Yeah,
It's
we're like, no.
literally use the right legal terms next time.
I think they've made arguments as to how their terms are sufficient when contextualized with the rest of the money.
Yeah.
Which, again, I don't think that this is dispositive, that they like get 100% solvency. I think there's a substantially mitigated risk, but I think there's a little bit of solvency. In terms of my only difference in terms of how the rest of the debate went down, I didn't really think, while I agree with Bruce about a lot of the sort of like Lincoln impact stuff about the importance of affect, I think I disagreed about the ability of effective politics to scale up or affect institutions. I thought there just like wasn't a lot of answer to the argument that they remain too insular, other than answers that sort of occurred on a Lincoln impact level that were like, well, maybe they should remain insular because otherwise they would be bad. I don't know how that provides or resolves a uniqueness argument that would allow you to basically get rid of all the shit that you say your impacts are bad for. And so I have many more comments about various nitty-gritty aspects of the K and Lincoln impact debate, but the big picture is I think they get a little bit of solvency, and I don't think the alternative rises to a level of scaling up.
Okay, so I thought I was going to vote neg on the plan arc at the end of the debate. I did. I think I would have voted neg for an explicit T arc. But I just thought that they were able to. I allowed them to clarify the plan in the cross-examination. If you had said, not write a better plan, man, or you don't get solvency, but you don't get to do it because it moves our ground, it changes our strategy. The kinds of T arc.
He said that though. He was like, interpretation. That sort of interpretation creates
It did, but it
shitty
wasn't-
debate. It means that they get to like clarify later. This is like, okay, well.
But you can't run T because they wrote the plan to be topical.
Yeah, what does it mean to be?
So they didn't have to enter the PMC debate.
They said
They couldn't
U.S.
run T,
Armed
but the
Forces.
plan's
They're
obviously
definitionally topical.
It just didn't include PMC.
What do you mean a T argument? Yeah.
I didn't see it. I mean, I didn't see it that way. You didn't make a T argument. I really, you said T.
Our
the
argument
T
was
argument
that-
would be like,
Yeah.
it's not T.
How is it not T?
It
It literally can't be a T argument because they wrote their plan text to be more topical but solve less. They wrote their plan text such that they would say the words United States Armed Forces, which is in the resolution.
Yeah.
Therefore, it is impossible to make a T argument.
And then they read advantages to something else.
That wasn't the U.S. Armed
all
Forces.
those things. I like what okay.
Yeah.
Well, finish. Sorry.
For the K, my issues on the K were, I thought you were making inroads on predictions, but holding them to too high a standard. Like, I thought you were doing all right on, it's not Popperian science, but I thought that begged the question of taking decisions based on imperfect information, and I thought they were making some inroads. I thought they were making some inroads on that, and were able to have some advantage, and I had an issue with the alternative. I didn't understand. I thought the floating pick was going to be a possibility, but I didn't understand what the floating pick was in the 2NR. And I didn't understand the alternative well in the 2NR, and I didn't understand affect well enough from the 2NR. You know, like affect was kind of this floating term, and didn't really understand what voting for that alternative did when there's just no robust description of it. Sometimes you guys talk about it as emotion. Sometimes it's not emotion. It's some structure or force. Not that I felt, and so thought that the case had some risk of an advantage, given how I ended up resolving the TR.
Yeah, I think with the critique, one thing that is sort of difficult for me is dealing with where did I write this? Dealing with some of the sort of indicts just in terms of, you know, just the sort of fundamental both applicability and just the sort of Masumi indicts on the affect question and stuff like that, because I think that the 2NR isn't you know, particularly responsive to that, aside from saying like, well, affect's really good, kind of like that, or I think it lacks, I guess rather, I think affect kind of lacks sufficient precision and analytic power to make the argument work the magnitude that you want in the debate. In that sense, where it becomes this sort of, you know, affective attachment that happens and everything like that. And I think the problem is almost sort of like, kind of like, I don't want to say it's incommensurability, I don't know the right word, maybe I'll just describe it, I guess, like.
Stop. Sorry, he's chatting on the live stream right now. Yeah, please continue. I know
I'm listening.
That's pretty cool. No, I mean, well, that kind of begs the question, do you want to, I mean,
No.
you know, yeah, I mean, I like, because it's not for me, so it's like,
No,
you
I'm
know,
definitely listening.
yeah, well, I mean, I'm not offended or anything, I want to
No, it's fine.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think there's two arguments that are embedded, which isn't just the sort of idea that affect isn't necessarily good enough at scaling up, but also the question that affect is like a sort of empty container, the way that Masumi uses it, right? That the form content division becomes a way for content to get stripped out, basically, and for it to not be discussed. And so, it's, with the neg arguments, I think a lot of it, I think there's these sort of claims that it's like, well, yeah, but there's this effective response to nuclear fear representations, to living under the sort of fear of the bomb and the shroud of, you know, whatever and stuff like that. But I think that the aff is kind of just saying, well, yeah, but affect's an empty container, it gets used, and when it does get used, it's a sort of like way that gets used to sort of avoid providing actually like rigorous or sort of like sufficient explanations of the way that the mechanisms that are worked. It's just a sort of like, hey, it's affect, everybody, kind of thing like that. And you know, I don't think that the 2NR ever has, I think, a really good explanation as to what it is that affect is sort of like, what is going on in this sense. If it's just a sort of emotional claim, then I think that a lot of their offense becomes far, far more sort of involved in that regard. If on the other hand, it's some sort of larger notion, you know, if it turns into this like big like Deleuzian thing and all that sort of stuff, maybe it's the case that it sort of avoids that, but I think in some ways the sort of like slipperiness of it kind of makes their indicts of the concept, you know, gain more traction in that regard then. So in addition to the scaling problems and stuff like that and everything, I think the result is that there's, I think, you know, just kind of, there's not a huge risk of decay in that regard, really quite small.
The only question I have in regards to the case specifically, I guess, is that I thought my answer to the affect arguments was that their cards are like, well, affect is an empty container because Masumi just calls everything fear or whatever, and our whole point was that we have filled that container with the analysis that of what the app specifically does, how it's historically implicated structures of violence, which seems to me to resolve the theoretical reasons why affect itself might be directionless if it's given literal direction and a sort of political performative implication or whatever. It's at least my interpretation of the 2NR that there's essentially no discussion of our Masco cards, which I think are like pretty good about why nuclear fear has specifically done things in history. You know, we've got a lot of defense elsewhere, this like positivism K, we've got a bunch of like, I don't know, method criticisms. I'm curious why you think that got like so much risk of the AF and we get no risk of the K.
Well, first of all, I don't think they get just like this massive 100% risk of the AF kind of thing like that. It's more that I think that there's, I just don't know, I mean like you're not, I guess, I mean, unless I missed or something, I'm not sure that I had you saying like, oh, well, we filled this, that we filled the emptiness or something like, I mean, like, where?
This is the bottom of the 2NR.
Let me see. Breeds public, affect is true, it's a question of how we comport ourselves, a question of the future. That means that there's no impact to the Hemmings evidence.
and the Masco evidence is historical in that regard. Then it describes a historical process. But I don't understand why that's descriptive then of an affective response that operates at a level that's not just a question of whether or not it's a historically true or distrue sort of claim or something like that, such that the plan just kind of like disappears and those sorts of things, or it indicts the sort of truth value of any of the claims that they make broadly then.
Well, maybe the plan doesn't disappear, but if we're discussing sort of the normative implications of advocating it, which is sort of how they phrase it, it seems like that nonetheless gets problematized by our arguments about how these things get taken up when they are sort of brought out in atmospheres like the one that our evidence describes, which is that they tend to not really do much of anything, because politics is just mobilized in a sort of endless circle that justifies whatever the same violences that we're talking about.
I think like even that is still a link impact description to me. It is not a description of how like your change in affect changes things.
Okay.
The other thing about the plan focus things, I thought the pivot on the legal precision argument gives you some leeway in terms of like internal links to the impacts in terms of the affect of the plan, but I think it does hurt in terms of me viewing it as totally like a plan focused thing, which I think would have been necessary to go all the way on that.
Good. Well, thanks everyone.
Thanks.
Congratulations. Thanks everyone.